Hello, hello, hello. We're back. More of their Pick3 playthrough. We're on day 9? 9? 9? Yesterday we finished the tier 2. We made sure that we had finished tier 2 of everything in the event for the 3 champions we were able to unlock. And then we completed the storyline in Tomb of Annihilation. So today, we dive back in, but the idea is to, we're trying to work our way towards Azaka. There is a specific set of oh, I gotta fix that formatting. There's like a specific set of variants that we're gonna need. And I was just trying to find the list in my new player guide, and I found some bad formatting, of course. Of course. Okay. The super easy one, of course, is dinosaur racing. Let's do that right now. Only got to complete area 50, but we get 300 gems out of it because that's what we should be getting. Because it should be a 150, but they didn't change the reward, so we're going for that. This is super easy nowadays. Go away. Go away. Hey, yeah, I'm streaming. Calamel Comb, thank you for the follow. So this is super easy nowadays because, well, I mean, there's speed potions. I'm not even going to use speed potions, but it's easy simply because we used to have to click through all the dialogue. Like when it was created with this time limit based off, you know, you having issues like you having to click through the dialogue actively. Now there's a setting for that, so super easy. Not a big issue. So we're just gonna get our our scavengers ready to just scavenge as they're going along. Yeah, they're all fine now. Okay. And then we're just gonna let it do its thing. You get a half an hour, which back in the day, 50 areas in a half an hour, you were sitting here frantically closing the dialogue stuff between each area. That's not gonna happen. We're gonna throw a 15-minute speed potion on it, and it's gonna kind of cruise itself all the way through this. And that'll be the first variant that we need to get done today. Enoch, thank you for the follow. Who do we got? Hey, Anthemus. Hello, Anthemus. Jules, Defender, Daydog, Shivak. Headless Chicken is in. Hello. Can never get past the first 10 levels on these. Do you have favor? I guess. I don't know. That's always the first question. We have E22 Kellenbor's favor. So favor is the big stick you hit things with. It's only later on when you have lots of power from other things that you can just, that you don't even need favor and you can get stuff done. We have an achievement? What? Oh, yeah, we did that yesterday, I guess. In about an hour, we have a vault opening. The event will end, so check your fresh fish. If it's over 7,500, you need to go buy a chest pack. You know, chest packs until it's below 7,500. Otherwise, the game will auto spin them on you. You can start, variants or free plays or whatever you want before the event ends, and then keep playing after the event ends. Like if you've got one variant that you still need to finish, it's okay. What you won't get is any augment rewards after the event ends, but you'll get the basic rewards of like the chest and the progress. I don't think you'll get the buffs either. But you get like a chest, or you'll get, if you finish one of these, you should get one of those. Like if it's finishing a tier for you. I didn't have the time gate pieces to be able to open. I've got 2. To be able to unlock anybody else, so this is as far as we get this time. But it was our first event, and in our first event, we did complete tier 2, which is, that's not normal. Presto McPurveys, what order should I open my gold silver chest for a character who's wearing epics? It doesn't matter if they're full epic. It doesn't matter. There's nothing you need from them if they're full epic. So yeah. Order is for when you're trying to gear people up to blue. It isn't even once you're blue or better, the order doesn't even matter. It's just going from no gear to whites to greens to full blue. There's an order. It's for new evergreen champions that you get. It's just silvers until they're all green, like they're green or better, and then open the golds. For event champions that you get in events or time gates, it's electrums first, with the goal of trying to get green or better gear, and then silvers if you don't have enough electrums to get there, and then once you're green or better, then golds. The key is once you're green or better, then you open golds. Isn't purple better than blue? Sure, but there's no efficient way to get to purple. You can only efficiently get to blue. Purple is random. There aren't any rules about purple. It's like there's rules about getting, like, gold chests have rules, gold and platinum chests, where they'll always give you an upgrade to either green or blue, because they can drop green, blue, and purple. They're guaranteeing you an upgrade to green or blue, and they're guaranteeing you a blue. But they don't guarantee that the blue is the upgrade. So, so there's an order. By following the efficient order, you're guaranteeing that you get to blue or better gear as efficiently as possible. But beyond that, trying to get an epic out of something is just luck. It's luck or numbers, right? Either you get lucky and you get an epic, or you run the pity timer and you've opened 10 chests and you get a guaranteed epic. It doesn't matter. Still don't understand why the quests give corrupted gems. Well, they had a fancy new currency and they decided to dole it out. It's supposed to be for newer players. Well, not all of it was supposed to be for newer players. A lot of the earlier quests should have been green gems or electrum chests or silver chests or gold chests. Like, they should have given things that you needed. I just think green gems and let people buy what they want. Gave them that feedback, and I guess they discussed it internally and it was decided they didn't care. What is a new player going to do with a feed of a champion they don't own or a pigment? Well, pigments, I've used 2 pigments already. I've got one here and I've got one here. The problem is a new player isn't going to know to buy pigments. A new player is going to come over here to the Thayan Enclave and they're going to come down here and they're going to go, oh, well, I can afford a chest at 2,500. And they're going to get one of these, and that's an absolute waste. That's the reality. That's the reality. And feats are generally not something you should choose. Neither. It's like it's so much about the Thayan Enclave is very much, the more you know, like about informed decision making, and they don't give you that information as a new player, which is, unfortunate. Your core champions are green or better. Do you recommend sticking to silver until they're all blue? No, God, no. The whole point is that would take too much time. The whole point is to get to the efficient phase of each type of chest, right? There isn't any efficient phase of silvers, unfortunately. Silvers are just just really random. So it takes a while. And if you go back and you watch like the first days of this account, I mean, we're only on day 9, and we're already in blue or better. If you go back and watch the first days of this account, it took a while to get, ad break, to the point where we were all greens. I'm going to pause. I'm going to pause and eat pizza. I got pizza and root beer today. And yes, I am totally fork and knifing it because I don't want the oils all over my hands while I'm using a mouse and a keyboard. All right, we're almost back. Okay, we're back. So let me finish this conversation. So it took us a while to get to the point, like going through silvers, where we were all greens. Because there's just no guaranteed upgrade out of silvers, other than going from no gear to some kind of gear. Just getting to greens took a very long time, and blues are even harder to come by out of silver chests. But as I just said, blues are guaranteed out of gold. So what we found was once we got to green or better, and I started popping all these gold chests that I had saved up, we raced through, like, I'm tracking what Corvigrid, like, epics needed. Well, we had, like, you know, whites left, greens left, like we were going for these numbers. It took a while to get to the point of getting all the whites done, like, so they were gone. And then we had all greens, and suddenly we flew through the point of getting all blues, because every gold chest guaranteed us that upgrade to blue. So it was very few gold chests that were needed. Like, you know, and the cost of gold chests is 10 times the cost of silver chests, but 10 silver chests didn't guarantee a blue at all. So it just flies way faster. Once you get greens, just you can go straight to the gold chests, and you'll have blues and purples real fast. If you've read that online, people telling you just wait until they're all blue, then oh boy. There is a lot of information that gets spread by veterans in this game who have not gone back and played as a new player again. They're just playing their main accounts, and so they will give some real bad information at times. They're playing like such vastly different games, or maybe they did something that maybe that's what they did when they were coming up, but they haven't gone back and started a new account to see if there's a better way. I've done one of these new accounts every year for the last 7 years, and I've tested different things to do, and yeah, no, this is the most efficient way. Can you explain what a pigment is to you? So there's this thing in Dungeons and Dragons, this magical item called Nolzur's Marvelous Pigments. And yes, that's plural. It's because it's a box full of four pots of paint. One of the pots is shaped like a green frog. One is shaped like a blue fish. One is shaped like a strawberry, like, you know, a pinkish reddish strawberry. And another is shaped like a white skull, right? All of those represent the colors except for the skull that's got black paint in it. Hold on. Ooh, sneeze. So they took that magical item and they split it up in this game. And they created one of each of those types of pigments, which is a consumable that you use. The green one is called the support pigment, and it goes on anybody. You can put it on anybody that has this support role, right? So I've got Diana here. There's a little green dot at the bottom left of this card, and that signifies it has a support pigment on it. On the left side of the card, you'll see a little circle. It's got a little green froggy in it. Some people think it's like a hamburger bun, but it's a little green froggy, and it's got a green splash of paint across. There's also, that's what you can use support pigments like this, and they give triple damage to the party for each support pigment in the party. You can have they can only go on epic pieces of gear, but you can have, you know, if you have all 6 epic, you could have 6 support pigments. And so it's 3 times 6, so, you know, well, it's not 3 times, it's 3 to the power of 6, because they're all multipliers. Of a damage boost just for one champion. You can put that across any champions that have support. The support role, right? The white one is a little will look like a skull. It's 5x damage just for the champion that it's on. It's a DPS pigment. The blue one is a tanking pigment, and it's like double health for the champion that it's on. And then the strawberry one, the pinkish red one, is a healing pigment, and it doubles the healing the party receives. It's not the healing that's done by the champion that it's on. It's just that the healing that the party receives. There's only one of those in the game so far, because I think they realized that might actually break the game. They didn't give us any more. But those are the pigments. It's one of those, long-term progression things. Like, takes a while to get them, but they're solid power boosts. Yeah. Here. Sydney's credit, they do make it very easy to find good information providers such as yourself. Well, I mean, they'll put a pop-up in game and hey, go get a code, but that doesn't mean people hang out, and that doesn't mean that all the people that are playing even click that button. There's a rule. There's just kind of a general understood. It's not even a rule, but just statistically proves out that the vast majority of the people that play a video game never interact with the online portions of communities like forums, social media, streams. So the majority of players never get that information. So it is always better to try to build out a game that provides that information. But that is why they try to push people towards streams and information stuff, because they know once people start interacting with this community specifically, they tend to stick around. Fender, I got the Champions of Renown All-Star Pack. Is that a poor investment? No. I don't even know which one you got, because there's a lot of them. There's one for every year. But no, generally speaking, those are all good packs. If you didn't have the champions in it, generally that makes it even that's when it's most has its most value. When you have all the champions in it, it has its least value. So I'm cutting up pizza again. So yeah, generally those are, I mean, they call them all-stars because they were popular champions the year that they came out. Okay. Is there any benefit to running more than one trials run after the first one to push to your limit? Well, it depends. It's the answer to so many questions in this game. It depends because I wasn't leveling up click damage. Oh, what a moron. What a maroon. Like, were you able to hit your highest bud on one run? A lot of people that can soft cap on one run that have a lot of favor or have a lot of power, so don't need the favor, could potentially hit their kind of their bud max, or close enough to just have to do one run. But if you can't, if you need that favor to really like to get to your champion soft cap or whatever, then you should probably be doing 2 runs on your first day. But on day 2 and beyond, you don't have to. You just have to get to the goal. So it's more about your highest DPS, not about how far can you go. It's just that you tend to generate your highest DPS closer to your wall because of the buildup of enemies. So here's the thing. 10 Miles says you get additional DPS based on your total damage. Yes, but we're dealing with large numbers. So if you throw up a bud of E310, and so your damage contribution is 310 base, and then you go and you do another run, but you're like, and it's, hey, you get 312. Hey, you took all the time and resources to do that run, and you only went up 2 DPS. Not worth it. Not worth it. Oh, one thing I want to point out as we finish this. The second you are done with this, it says passed on the little clock up here at the top. Boom, right there. The second you get this, you want to close it. Because if you let this keep going and the 30 minutes runs out, even though it's not showing here, it will say failed. So you do need to watch this. There was a quick 300 gems. That was great. Now, I believe we want to back out here. Yes, we want to go to the Crumbling Temple. And the reason we're backing out is these are shorter. That's it, folks. Why spend the time to do the longer variants when I can just come back here and do it a quick Area 75 variant? Right? Doesn't even matter the restriction. With E22 favor, the restrictions aren't even going to be that big of a deal. We just want to get in and out real quick. Giggity. Okay, so same thing. We get our... well, this time around, though, we're actually going to do this. We're going to make sure that Calliope's got some shields, because in this one... it's the crumbling temple. Stuff's falling from the sky and landing on us. That's not cool, bro. So we don't want anybody to be dead. And we should just, once again, race right through this. I might need to craft, with the new apothecary system, some speed potions. Yep. Okay. Apothecary. Oh, no, I don't have enough reagents. Oh, no. Oh, I do. I gotta make one. I think we're probably fine with one. All right.
Renzo thanks his sidekick.
We will follow. Thank you for the Prime sub. Zomario, thank you for the follow. Defender, thank you for the follow. P-Hydron, this is a dumb question. Well, it's fine. How do you get your familiars to just hang out instead of doing the clicking animations? It's a setting over here.
Renzo thanks his sidekick.
Graphics, disable flashing lighting. I know that seems like an odd place, but if you look at the bottom of that list, click touch animations on familiars. It's because there's little white flashes when they're attacking. So it's under that setting, and then they'll just chill. And they're just chill. Made for TV, thank you for the Prime sub. Anthem is Egan, thank you for 9 months. We got a hype train in chat, folks. Choo choo. I don't know how big a hunk of Gorm pulp is, and I don't know that I want to know.
Renzo thanks his sidekick.
Okay, I can't see what's going on now because I'm too high in chat. Let me catch up in chat.
Renzo thanks his sidekick.
Can't catch that follow. P100, thank you for the follow. I just can't see all the gift subs. Hold on.
Renzo thanks his sidekick.
Started today, so all the heroes from the All-Star packs were new. Then yeah. I mean, they were solid champions when they came out. And they're probably still solid to this day. It's really going to depend on which pack you bought. But I mean, they were all like the top champions for the most part the year they came out. Hey, Sargoto. Okay, now I'm hitting these. Noodles Noggin, Madness, John Divey, MF Mellow Mike, aka Mr. Smiley. You've been subbed. Courtesy of Sargoto. Thank you, Sargoto. Black Widow, thank you for 44 months. Also, Alex Terrier, Paragon 3, Blitz Cone, Firefox, FC Bam, you've been subbed. Courtesy of Bayushi Akira. Thank you, Bayushi. Got the year 7 and year 6 packs. Oh yeah, you're gonna be fine. They're
Renzo thanks his sidekick.
The 2 most recent years, they're gonna be solid. That's Jabu, thank you for the follow. Duels, thank you for the conversion. Okay, I gotta eat the pizza. It's getting cold. Which isn't a problem, but I do like cold pizza. But when it's for the second time around, the crust gets hard.
Renzo thanks his sidekick.
have this conversation earlier, J-Dog. I'm not getting the oil and grease from a pizza on my hands when I'm using a mouse and a keyboard. That's just not.
Take that.
I will eat a bag of munchies and then, you know, and go from there. But I will clean my fingers off easily. With grease and oil, not as easy. Not as easy. There's a discount on Narak and Sasaspi. Are they worth it? I would play the game a little bit, Defender. I mean, you know, you did throw down some cash. I think you're fine. I think with what you've got, like I did for this account. Here's the thing, for this account, this is a brand new account, but I did the pick 3 champion pack. I picked Ishii, Diana, and Eliwick, and just with those 3 champions, I'm absolutely destroying the game with the power that provided. You know, you got 2 all-star packs. You're going to be good for a while. I would just settle into the game and then get an idea of what kind of stuff you need. Because ultimately, you can get all the champions by playing. And then, you know, you might want to throw cash at familiars or things, right? Like, or skins, like, you know. But get an idea of what kind of things you're going to need. Go from there. For global blessings, perfectly eventful. Oh, the final one in Corlons. Do you have to purchase something to enable the event buff boon, or do you just need to have met the requirement? I can't look at that right now because I'm on the wrong account. So I don't... If it's something that's based off buffs, you can earn event buffs, like you know, just by completing tiers of content for champions, right? If it's based off boons, this is you have to purchase something with platinum in the shop that has an event boon. So the answer is both, I guess. I mean, if it has both of those listed, then there's free to play, there's a free to play bonus and a pay to play bonus. Dude, you crafty one. I have no idea what you're talking about. Captions must have changed something I said. Well, I think they said Narak, N-R-A-K-K, but they misunderstood me. Captions misunderstood me, because why would it know that name? Price is exactly how many platinum I have remaining. The discount is going away in 30 minutes. I wouldn't be worried about it. You're fine. You're fine for now. There will be other things that, you know, you can spend that platinum on later. CNE is like, no, tell him to spend the platinum. But no, you can totally wait. It's fine. Spring sprung for me. I mean, it's stayed consistently warm enough that the air conditioning has stayed on instead of me having to switch it between air conditioning and heating, depending on the sometimes time of day. Yeah. Okay. Oh, God. I don't have anywhere space to put this. All right. If you finish an event run after the event, I know you get the chest, but do you get the boon too? No. Because the boons are over because the event's over. No, I think if you meant, do you get the buff? No, because the event is over, so it doesn't trigger the buff. I don't believe. You would get any, if you were completing a tier, you would get any tier rewards, because that would trigger off of that. But anything that's event-based, like key to the event, like earning the buffs or getting a boon or something from the augments, that will have all been gone. Said something about reagents, but with contracts, now that they released opening 1,000 contracts for bounties, is that thing, which I forget the name, will it still happen? The notary. They're still trying to do the notary system, yes, because honestly, 1,000 isn't even... Like, the idea is 1,000 is great, but only if you're like able to up convert some of the stuff into the larger contracts, opening 1,000 at a time for some people. So still needs to happen. I would also like the ability, I should add this to my question list for Thursday. We need to be able to buy 1,000 chests at once. There, we'll do it. We'll phrase it that way. Because yeah, it takes a while when you're... Yeah, it still takes a while to spend gems. But what they're trying to do with the notary is let you just straight convert stuff somehow. They've never truly explained that. What should be expected in 29 minutes? The event will end. You can stay in any runs you were doing and complete them. That's fine. It's not like a time gate or a trials. Any fish you have not spent, if it's over 7,500, the game will auto spend it for you. So this is your chance to go spend it yourself on what you want. Otherwise, it's just going to do it randomly, because it will just look at all the champions you unlocked and go, well, they obviously wanted all these champions, so let's just randomly dump chests. It's a much better system. Before, you just used to lose them. It's way better that they at least auto spin them for you, but you really should just go spin it yourself. We should get a no, yeah, that's gonna be it. Is there a content drop today? There might be a content drop today. Should be a content drop today. I don't know which content. Yeah. I need to read the Reddit Q&A. We haven't got that far yet. I was trying to catch up in chat. And then this thing, this is a vault. It will open. There's gonna be stuff you can buy with your platinum. Yeah, we'll see how it works. We will talk about it when it comes out. Do we know what's in the vault this time? I mean, it's golden, and the first time it was platinum, and we got platinum chests. It's golden this time. They're not giving us golden chests, so they're gonna give us something that's golden. I can think of something in the game that's golden. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Vecna 6? Okay. Interesting. Golden potions! Oh, I'm sure that'll be it. No. Okay, let me go look at the Reddit Q&A. Silver Bell's Bird Song will appear in the gem shop today at noon. 20,000 gems. If you own Birdsong. Yeah, based off the clues Sean dropped, like the comment Sean dropped, it's gonna be Golden Epic Vault. Says it has a real gilded look to it. Whatever's inside must be epic. I mean, that's Golden Epic. And the spoiler alert for the next, well, it just says spoilers. So I don't even know if they're like, you've really got to stretch to understand what this spoiler is for. It's called The Breakup. No, they're not dropping a movie, folks. Now, let me see if there was any question. I shouldn't say good questions, but any questions that I actually would have liked to know the answer to. Somebody asked a question about can we look forward to a new campaign in the future? I will. If for those of you who are new, let me explain how this game works. When it came out, the only campaign available was Grand Tour of the Sword Coast. And then the Tomb of Annihilation book had dropped, so then, like, the campaign book in D&D had dropped, so then they dropped a Tomb of Annihilation campaign. Then the next year, the Waterdeep Dragon Heist book dropped, and so did the campaign. These are all the campaign books from year to year, so there will be another campaign arriving in the game this year at some point, and it will be whatever the major campaign is from D&D this year. Is there a way to know if I'm ready for the next quest line without just trying it over and over again? I turned a Fortune's Wheel twice now and got kind of nowhere. That's not a quest line. That's a campaign. I want to use the right terms, so when we're having conversations, we get where we're going. Each of these campaigns should be done sort of in order. I mean, I kind of, my new player reference tries to kind of get you into the groove of, you go into a campaign, you get the evergreen, you get the blessings, you leave. You don't have to finish everything. You leave. You go to the next campaign on the list. You get the blessings, you get the evergreens. You go on to the next one. So if you have worked your way all the way down to Turn of Fortune's Wheel, and you have all of these like all the global blessings, the highest tier, tier 5 global blessings, and all these other campaigns, and you have all their evergreens, then you should be able to push and Turn of Fortune's Wheel. But there are other things you needed to do along the way, like you needed to get your Modron cores and level them up and pipe them, and you needed to get legendaries and invest those into champions, right? Like by the time you get to Turn of Fortune's Wheel, that's late game. Like that's the hardest campaign. This list goes in terms of difficulty. Grand Tour of the Sword Course is generic; it changes. But Tomb of Annihilation, Waterdeep, Dragon Heist, these are the easy campaigns. These two. Then Baldur's Gate: Descent into Avernus starts the medium difficulty, and that goes all the way through Light of Xerxes, and it gets more difficult as it goes down. Turn of Fortune's Wheel starts the hard campaigns. So you have to have power there, because you ain't getting favor from it. They tuned the favor way down. You get no gold, really. So you're pushing with the power you've earned from everything else you've done in the game. So if you're getting smacked when you go there, that's why. You've left power on the table somewhere. And you got to go figure out what's going on. Yeah, there's a whole ad break. I can say there's a whole type of gem or gold farming that they became popular because of Turn of Fortune's Wheel that you've got to then learn to do as well. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't put in a code for my Electrum cows. What do I got? What do I got? Do I got gems? I got 2,000 gems. Nice. Let's go. Come on, we want to beat the pity timer. Nope. 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 Come on. Dang it. Nope. All we're really hunting for is epics at this point, out of gold chests. We'll take everything else that's in there, but the thing we're getting excited about are epics. Yeah. So Defender asked, I responded in chat, but having a lot of fun with Jarlix and Celeste. Do the buffs always target base characters? No. And that Formations 101 guide in my new player reference that's linked in my new player reference will help. But that new player reference, really, that's going to walk you through the game and kind of give you information as you're progressing. That guide was based off me doing runs like this. Can't do any of the Fortune's Wheel stuff at all. Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's a lot of people think that they can just hop in there like they did with other campaigns, and they don't understand it's a whole other level. It is a power check, pure and simple, and a knowledge check. Like, do you know what's going on? Do you know why you can't progress? Yeah. Missing last global buffs in Icewind and Up and no good gold find. Oh, you gotta have good gold find or you're gonna be toast. And what you do there is dirty gold farming. And you need your patron perks, you need your global blessings, you need your Modron cores at 15 and at least full epic, but honestly, going into there you should be into supercharging stuff. Yeah. Don't you have a Zerial patron yet? And there's another power oh, yeah. Yeah. You're hitting there a little early, it feels like. This breakup thing all about? That's the spoiler. My Ishii level looking like now. You can see it on screen. Yeah, 57. Nice. I love this change. I love that they're like, hey, item level. Great. The problem is when I come over here, I can't see item levels. And they're probably like, why would you need to see that? It's like, well, for the same reason I see it here. So I can like see, like, I want to switch to somebody else, but what are their item levels at? Instead, I got to come all the way into champion search and I got to filter this and filter this. And so figured I could just hop in and grab the first few blessings like the other campaign. No. 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 Yeah. Yeah, J-Dog, I don't know what's going on with your computer, but that potion is lasting way longer than mine. Mine was like at an hour when I looked at it. So. Patrons seem to be important. Sure, I unlocked my first one yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? I know we did a couple of the variants yesterday. That's all we needed to do, but they have like a bunch of buffs that are available. You can earn slowly over time. Well, you earn them in bulk. There's a shop for them, which the only thing that matters at first was the time gate piece. That's what we bought. You can buy one a week. That's really all I targeted. You can earn more of their currency over here. Don't bother early on. Like, I'm gonna kind of demonstrate like how little you need to do with patrons when you first unlock them, and all that's a focus on as we play through. When I do an event and only complete level 2, so like tier 2 for a character, can I still do the free play to 50 for free chests after? No, that's That's not a thing anymore. That was the original event system, and we're in events 2.0. The way you get extra chests now is you take these fish that you're earning, the event tokens, and you go into the shop and you go to chests, and then you click on the champion that you want to buy a chest pack for, and you'll get 2 silvers and a gold. For 7,500 currency. That's how you get extra gear for champions now. You don't have to grind anything. Speaking of mode runs, I was watching the guide you made, but it was pre-supercharging. Yeah. Anything particular to know about that, or similar to how it was before? So, I mean, the basics are the basics. And the first thing you need to learn with mode runs is just how to type them out and get them to full epic, right? Like, understanding how to build buff boxes and multiply your flow is the key to getting supercharged, but you really just need to get to epic first, because it's going to take lots and lots and lots of the exact right directed pieces, directed T's and directed crosses to be able to supercharge. And you have to supercharge a lot to even unlock kind of the first multiplier in terms of power. So it's not even recommended to do early on until you can really get some solid multipliers. I think I do have videos about supercharging on the Cena Games YouTube channel, but I don't know how in depth I went into it. But it's really because it's the same kind of level of stuff. It's all about buff boxes. It's about really optimizing your pathing through a Modron core as you're building your buff boxes and stuff. Yeah. Can't find anywhere whether I should stop at the objective goal or keep going. So when you first in the tutorial, you just bail because the tutorial doesn't matter. Once you're out into Grand Tour of the Sword Coast, you can keep going because you need to earn favor, and favor is a form of power that you get. That it is the power that you carry from adventure to adventure, in a sense, in that campaign. But I'm going to tell you right now, if you finish the tutorial, you need to make sure that you go and at least unlock Volo, if you haven't unlocked Volo yet, from this event. Which means going to the map and clicking on Fleet's Way, clicking on this, and then clicking on Volo and unlocking. Okay. Did you also get Sheila? So now I got to ask these questions to make sure we're getting at least unlocking some champions. Did you unlock Sheila as well? You got Sheila. Okay. Did you flex a champion? Because you could click on this first slot and choose from a list. Did you get one of these? Flex Dine here. Okay, totally fine. Okay, we're good. We're good then. Okay. So then, yeah. So when you're going back to Sword Coast and you're doing stuff, if you go a little further than normal, like if you don't just stop at your wall, like if you're doing Cursed Farmer, you go past Area 50, you earn this favor. It's a favor of a god. And in the Sword Coast, it's Torm's favor. And that favor gets used up here to get you like more permanent power. You got to keep this warning box enabled at all times. You'll get some permanent power upgrades once you get enough, but then the rest of it acts as a multiplier on the amount of gold you earn in a run. So, hold on, folks. Did I break my keyboard? Seriously, did I break my keyboard? Oh. No. I just didn't flip all of it up. All right. It acts as a multiplier on the gold you earn. So every time you kill kill an enemy, you earn more gold based off the amount of favor you have. So you want to go further. Sometimes we call them favor runs. You'll just go real far, and then you'll have a bunch of favor, and then it's easier to complete the content. And when it starts to, as long as the content shows as green, like difficulty easy, you've got enough favor. When it doesn't show that, you probably shouldn't be doing it. You probably should be doing a deep run for favor. Can I finish an event variant if I started after? If I started, okay. Can I finish an event variant I started during the event after the event ends? Yes. Oh Lord, what is a buff box? I can't demonstrate yet because we haven't unlocked that feature on this account. Basically, so there's two types of Modron pipes. There's directed and undirected. And you want the directed because then you can build these connections of pipes where like a pipe comes out and then you can split it into multiple directions. And this is kind of the first stage of building power. You split it, and then you run it through other pipes that have large multipliers on them, and then you recombine them. And so it gets split, it gets weaker, but then it gets multiplied to get bigger, and then it gets recombined and multiplied again, and it ends up much bigger flow. That, just even a 4-piece square there, is a buff box. But buff boxes can get super big and super complex based off the space that you're able to build them in, like the amount of space you have to build them in. Because it's not just like T splitters, you can get X splitters. So instead of splitting into 2, you can split into 3, and then you can spread out and multiply and come back all into 1, and it can be a huge gain. That's how you build up your flow. And ultimately how you end up getting like the super outrageously high flow that you need for supercharging. Maybe I'm not doing it optimally. Look, early again, that's why I said the first thing you got to do is just learn how to build a basic box. And as long as you're getting all of your end nodes, well, after like, I don't know, what, level 5, maybe I take level 7 or 8 before you can start getting everything full epic. But once you can start getting your end nodes all full epic and maintaining that, that's just stage 1. And to do that, usually you have to know enough about, you've got the basics of that. And then when you want to get supercharged, that's when you've really got to then hyper optimize stuff. I've had streams before where all I was doing was trying to repipe a core to try to get it like supercharged as much as possible because it's a process. There is a website with pre-made layouts based off your pipes and stuff, or based off what the optimal thing is, and you can try to just chase those pipes, or you can get people to like, you know, figure out based off your pipes and. Yeah. Then 3 years later, you'll still need a specific directed quad. Yes. Mm. All right, I do not have enough speed potions. Did I get any? No, I don't really have much to break down either. I gotta start breaking these down. That's not even gonna be enough. We're gonna have to start. I'm gonna have to start really butchering my potions to keep me in speed potions. It's gonna be worth it. I'd rather have speed than any of the others. So. I totally forgot to reagent scavenge. So I gotta have her leveling up all the time. And I didn't have click damage going. This is why it was taking so long. I was like, we should just click through this real quick, and then I wasn't even doing it. The good news is maybe, I mean, we were giving her a chance to... No, she's at 45. That's good. That's what I wanted to get, down to 45. So at noon, she should tick up to 50. For a little after noon. All right, so we finished that one. What's next on my list? Crumbling Temple and then Useless Allies. This one, another 75. This is one where this is the musical chairs. That's the best way to describe this. It's musical chairs. Those three are going to change positions constantly throughout the adventure. And so, you know, usually you have to sit here and babysit it. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to move the mage hand down here and we're going to click through this. We're just going to get our scavengers out to make sure that, you know, we're getting cool stuff while we're progressing. We should probably have a tank. And then we'll throw out field there. I don't even know why I'm trying to put them in an order, because it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter at all. And we're just going to race through this. That's all we needed to do. And then we'll throw a speed potion down. All right. Well, Bayou Shakira, let's not get into Briv gem farming stuff. Briv gem farming is so, unless we're talking about Briv gem farming, I don't think we need to bring up Briv gem farming. Yeah. And honestly, I mean, you can supercharge your core. You can save different layouts for anything you're doing. You're adjusting your Modron core for your Briv gem farm is part of Briv gem farming. But I will say my Briv gem farm has it fully supercharged. It has to be able to kill at the level I'm going to. So it just depends. It depends on what you're doing. But that's a whole other topic than what we were talking about. Briv doesn't have to be brought up every time. Every time we talk about anything. I'm going to be so sick of Briv gem farming by the time I get to 9 jump. I think I might be close to having the components to pipe out bonuses in my other cores. My Modrons have been pipe sharing. Yeah, I do pipe sharing even on my main account most of the time. I think I've started, I think recently, like a little while back, I did fully pipe out some of them and leave them as I got enough pipes to do it with. But even I wasn't able to fully supercharge things and pipe things out the way I wanted and leave them there. So just saving things as just an automation hookup so that they can run in the background has been what I've done for a long, long time. Isn't this game called Briv Champions of the Briv Realms? No. Yeah. Hey, Vampire Lee. No, don't restart your client yet. No. No. The event hasn't even ended yet. That's gonna cause problems. . You never want to restart your client right as an event, as something is ending. That's gonna create headaches. You're not gonna be able to you're not gonna be able to like open it back up again right away. You need to wait for it to completely end and go away, and then give it a couple minutes and then open it up. So we're gonna wait until Fleet's Weight goes away. Then we're gonna give it a couple minutes and then see if anything like messes up before we try to restart. New blog post of Vecna 6. We're traveling to Earth. It's a Greyhawk adventure. Snakes. The variant, it's called Isle of Serpents is the base adventure, the first base adventure. The variant is called Snakes on a Material Plane. You knew they had to. Yeah. All right. Yeah, there's just, so today is two new adventures and 2 new variants. 2 new adventures, 2 new variants. I'm still not through with the Q&A either. Why is there someone at my door? How dare people come to my house? Alright, it's the pest control people. How dare they? How dare they knock on my... Okay, so this didn't... So here's when we're talking about things that are broken. This didn't go away. This didn't go away. It still says 1 minute, but it is past that time now. This is why I'm like, you gotta wait. Do I want to test it? I don't know. Yeah, here's one thing we can check. We can go to currencies. Did the fish convert? The fish converted. Okay. So our fresh fish turned into event tokens, just generic event tokens. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. So what I'm actually going to do is come over here and I'm going to pop these bounties. And those are just now prepped for the next event. Okay. I'm going to restart the client. Restart the client. No, the pest control outside, not inside. Zarforia, I don't understand the end of that question. Like to make a, and then I don't know what you're trying to make. Okay, lots of stuff. Here's the Jade the Snake familiar pack. The little snake. Little snake. Kitten Lord Blueshie. Like every bounty contract is going to create event tokens. Every single one of them. Did she skin a cat? And is she wearing it? Is that what happened? Was it life well lived 80%? Okay. Okay. What was the other one? Lich Makos. Hard out here for a lich. Ooh, he's got an immolation feat. Yummy. Alright, that's the new hotness. The new hotness. Here we go. Golden Epic Vault. So we get what? 3, 6, 9. So it's the same thing. It's 6. It's like 60 items. Is that? No, that's not even. No. 1, 2, 3. No, that's not even scrolling right. What? I don't know. There's a bunch of items. These are these all the slot? No, they're not all slot ones. Okay. Oh, there's Diana's Speed Golden Epic, which you don't need. But you could get it if you want. What is this one? Health of Carlock. Yeah, not bad. The Ishi's is just self-damage. Feywild Blade. Deck of Many Things. Hey, there's a Deck of Many Things Golden Epic. Okay. I don't know if everybody's getting the same stuff. They probably aren't. It's going to be based on what you have and what you don't have. But Deck of Many Things is the gem earning thing, which will just allow you to max out her gems faster. But it also is going to affect her gold find and her buff. That's actually a solid golden epic if you get it. Let's see, are there any other people who I'd be looking for? See, this is not... I would be expecting this to scroll and show a whole new page of champions, and it doesn't seem to be. What the hell is going on here? Oh, it's because there's lots of golden epics, so it is, but we're repeating golden epics. Okay. What is this one? Fear of Avernus, cool, but she's not a pre-stacker, so that doesn't matter. Moon, so here's specifically the one for, wait, that's not... Is her... Shouldn't the moon card be the gold fine? Yes, yes it should. I'm going to answer my own question. Yes, yes it should. What is going on? Is Eliwick's gear just messed up? And I just never noticed? Entirely possible. Yeah, because she doesn't have an item. She doesn't have an item that buffs her gold fine. Why did this end up as a moon card? Why did it not end up as the epic of being the night card? Wow. That's some false advertising. Oh, this is a good one. Ishi's Feathered Hat. Yeah, monsters are people too. That's a good one. What else we got? What else we got? Carlock's Rage. Look, I'm gonna have to check some of these on my main account. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, on my main account, this is find some treasure. Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord. Fortunate Soul. There's the gold find one. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna have to check this on my main account. There's some stuff that I actually might be open to. I might be open. I mean, this is like all of her epics. This is the one this is spec choices. Okay. I guess it's for champions that you're using a lot. That's what it looks to be. Because that's all, this is all I have. All right, what is this? Holy crap. Holy crap. So a golden epic for 3, 6, 9, 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes. 10 golden epics. And really all we care about is the 3 gem hunter push. I know there's others here, but 3 Gemini. What is it? Oh, these are the specific Charos bonds. This is going to be this could vary about how good it is based on you know, who you're getting. I wouldn't care about any of those. Okay. Huh. Here's the thing. We're already saying that you can get them individually for 840. 10 of them would be 8400, not 11,000. So you're paying for these other large potions. Let's do our weekly offers. I didn't get anything free. On the account I need free stuff on. Come on. Help a brother out. Oh well. Oh well. All right. Next event, Festival of Fools. There we go. That's right. That's, you know, they got that part correct finally. What's a good time to start pushing or saving for a second Modron core? Well, you don't have to save up to get a second Modron core. You do split the party 1, and then you work towards split the party 2. The split the party 1 has, you know, it's one extra. The easy way to think of it is one extra champion in each slot seat. Split the party 2, 2 extra champions in each seat. No reason to try to save up 500,000 gems. That's a late game thing, maybe late mid game at best. So there's no reason you would ever try to slow your progress down as early as you can get split the parties done to try to save 500,000 gems. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It would take so long. And split the party 2 has the core you want. That has the fast core. So yeah. Yeah, Zarforia. So Zarforia, every contract will drop event tokens. Each contract, each size of bounty contract drops a different amount of tokens. So if you're talking about how much does it take to 7,500, depends on the contract. That depends on the contract. I have that in my Consumables 101 guide. Well, opens 2 silver chests, still 2 silver Sheila chests from Fresh Fish. Gets a shiny. Nice. Nice. That's always nice. Elevic has a cap on gem farming. I'm aware of that, Marmoose. It's like I know how this game works or something. I'm aware. But there's a reason I said, first off, that's a boost on your gems. There is a cap on it, but having the golden epic means you get to that cap faster when you're a newer player. Like right now, I'm not at that cap. I've got 101 item levels on an epic here. It's not even remotely capped. So the golden epic, even though this is shiny, the golden would get it closer. Still wouldn't be capped, but it would make it easier for me to get to that cap. And then it's fine to have that be a golden as you go above the cap, because again, then it's the golden is boosting the gold find and your buffs. The win-win-win. If you sort it by name, it makes it easier. Yeah, it probably would have made it easier. But I don't care on this account, I don't think. I don't know. There are a couple golden epics there that on this account might make sense. Only because I do have some platinum saved up from daily rewards and what was left over from the initial purchasing of the daily boost and stuff. Your group offer has 3 golden epics for Briv, but he's not in your vault at all? Free rerolls are in and in. That was just during the event. I would highly encourage everybody, if they liked the free rerolls, to give feedback that was a good thing because it actually encouraged you to purchase stuff. You otherwise, because normally I think it's a great idea. Like, okay, I get a high, like if I get a high discount, where's my highest discount? 60% here, right? So this is an epic discount. If I get 5 free rerolls and reroll here, I may find something that I actually want and I'll buy it. Whereas normally I'd just be like, no, it doesn't matter, right? Seems like some free rerolls would actually potentially raise the amount of stuff they sell. I have 2 items in my vault: Xander's dagger and Vlonya's dagger. They can stay there. I have a ton of time gate pieces. There are any heroes I should definitely be looking at. I mean, if you don't have them all, you should be trying to unlock them. But I don't know what that. I have no way to answer that question for you. There isn't enough information provided for me to give you an answer to that question. Guessing everyone was different random golden epics? Yes. It's not going to give me golden epics in my epic golden epic vault if I don't even have those champions. Right? It did encourage me. I got a cute Mako's custom I never would have seen for cheap. Yeah, see. I got 2 free items in mine. They were potions, but still free. I take them. Now that you can break them down, if you don't want them, sure. Yeah, headless chicken, you gotta, I mean, I don't know, there's no generic answers to a question like what champion should I get? Like, there's gotta be a knowledge of like what champions you currently have, what you're trying to work towards. Like I need more information to be able to even remotely get an answer to that question. I have a 14 platinum Briv chest for 504. That's a lot of item levels. Yeah, it is a lot of item levels. Oro TV, thank you for the follow. I don't know, isn't that's weird. Maybe it's just, I don't know. I don't know. Here's my thing. I feel like instead of this just being like a random selection, they should have literally just put every golden epic available that you don't currently own for champions you do own here, and then just let you go shopping. Like, to me, that seems like the best way to generate income. But I'm not in on the marketing team, right? So, and maybe that's why. Maybe it's because I think that's the best way to generate income. Look, there's literally 5 golden epics here for Calliope. All 5 of them. I don't think she has her ultimate cooldown. There's all 5 for Hitch. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know how they made those decisions. I clearly wasn't involved. I don't work for Codename Entertainment. I'm too new to know what kind of info you need. I mean, I need to know what like champions you have. Like, do you have a speed team yet? Like, who's on it? Do you have a pushing team? Who's your primary DPS that you're building your teams around? Like, there's lots of stuff. If you have 4 parties already, you're not too new to be able to know what kind of info I need. Hey, we will follow. Thanks for hanging out. Welcome to Idle Champions, Oro. Yeah, headless chicken. I would say start with my new player reference. If you're still not building formations, and start learning the game. You're not new. You just haven't tried to pick up anything. You're just kind of grabbing stuff and throwing it around, and it's somehow worked. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you at that point. Then for that kind of gameplay, it's like you just grab whoever's looks like you're gonna have fun with. You know. Is Ishii the best starter DPS? That is my contention. That is the hypothesis we came into this playthrough with. I don't know that I've changed my idea. I think she has the best potential. I have discovered a few flaws in the way she works that makes her a little annoying. Well, that makes progress with her like frustrating because what we want to get is her. We want to get her winner take all. Give feeding her item levels. Um, and the problem is early on because this is what would make her really strong early on. Problem is early on, like you're not ever like she's not the one killing bosses. And we don't have background parties to throw her in where she'll automatically get credit back there. So it's a little frustrating, but she's been absolutely shredding things. So so I still think yes, because she gives solid damage, she gives solid goal find. We just need to get her earning item levels in a better place. Well, Jarlax will fall off in 2 days when the buff goes away. I don't know what that means. So I'm gonna say, like, what buff goes away? Why would Jarlaxle have a buff just for Jarlaxle? I'm confused. Oh, weekly party. Your weekly party is gonna be different than mine. That's where is it? Yeah, mine's different. Mine's a different set of champions. Um, a little bit, but not enough for it to matter. Yeah. The weekly parties, there's like one shared champion, and then the other two are random. The weekend party, all 5 are the same for everyone. I don't know what to tell you, Jeth Javu. I'm not muted. So something on your end. Everybody else is hearing me. Had to restart the browser. Oh. All right, we're almost done with this one. Boom. Get us out of here. Okay, next on my list. Oh, that's the wrong page. The Death Curse. I think that's here. Yeah, it's just up here. 150. Every time a champion is killed, their DPS is permanently reduced. Well, then we just don't want to die, right? That's how we solve that problem. We just don't die. Like any problem in life, it is solved by just not dying. Wait, that's not right. I'm gonna mute you, J-Dog. Oh, we should, so let's see, we got like 2 of these. We're gonna need throw those at it too. We're gonna have to go back to the slower progress of trying to farm Ishi's item levels, but I don't really want to do it on these shorter ones. It doesn't make sense to do it on the shorter ones. There'd be very little opportunity on the shorter ones, so we need to get to some of the longer variants. Let's buy a gold chest. Ah. These don't matter. I mean, well, we'll take them, but we already have all that gear. No epic. Hey, we got a potion of specialization. I'm actually excited about those now, because then I can come over here and I can apothecary them into reagents. I really do need to get... We're going down to like 5 of these. Can't believe... Oh, that's interesting. You cancel it by clicking on it. Like it sets another stack of them separate, and then you're just like, no, put them back. That's neat. Okay. Does explain why stuff was stretching. I was like, why is this list getting longer? I wasn't paying attention. Keep those. Yeah. 390 range. All right. A bunch of those. Number some of these. All right. All right. Oh. Once an event ends, is it possible to see which tier was completed for a champion's variant? Nope. Nope. Yeah, it's a current flaw of the game. Events 2.0 is still, I mean, it's only been out a year. So they don't have all the quality of life stuff hooked up. What would you consider to be the best GE in the current vault? Everybody's different. Everyone's vault is different, so I have no idea. Yeah. Like all I can tell you is what looked good in mine. Oh, hydrate. What the hell? I got a... From the hype train, I didn't realize I got a mega mlet emote. Okay. Man, they keep coming up with new emotes, and I keep going. What? Yeah, if you have Eliwick and her deck of many things card, like even if you've already got, if you don't have her gems maxed out at 100% per card, the golden epic will help get you there quicker. But if you do have it, it's still going to boost her gold find and her overall pushing power, so it's still a good card. Briv's golden epic Theodinarax, Humon's golden epic rainbow eggs. Can't remember what Sentries is. How dare you, T5 Cast? How dare you? Oh. For Ishii, which slot would you prioritize between the fancy hat and Nubub? Nubub. Oh, yeah, I think. Wait, hold on. Wait. No, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Hold on. I might be thinking somebody else. Hold on. Let me go back over here. I think suddenly I was thinking Volo's seat numbers. Priority is seat 3, slot 3. So fancy hat, slot 3. Fancy hat. Actually, they're both the same. Oh no, I prioritize them both the same. I would do 3 over 5. 3 is the base mathematically overpowered ability, the base pre-stack. But 5 is also a pre-stack. So they're both good. P-Mansell. You could go either way, but I think 3 would be the priority. Is it Flowering Hair Vines? It's a redshift. Yeah, whatever her redshift Century's redshift item is. I don't think you need it on. I'll be honest. I don't think you need it on Whittle. There are still people that think the platinum system is bad. I don't understand. People are not connected to reality. All right. Oh wow. Oh wow. We got to get to 150 on this one. This is just we're just kind of grinding through. This is part of the grind. We got to grind through the variants. The nice thing is we'll be getting gems from the bosses, but we're also going to get gem rewards complete. So we can continue to work towards, full epic. Got 6 familiars. Would a 7th be nice? Sure. But I don't want to, like, we're not going fast enough for me to be like, okay, I can save up 10,000 gems. Like, that's not what I need right now. I don't need a familiar right now. I need open chests. I need potions. That's gonna be better for my progress. I'm assuming they used some algorithm to select the champions for the vault. Well, they didn't do it by hand for every player. I mean, so yeah. It's going to be more, beneficial for a player like me on a new account that doesn't have a lot of champions, that they have to then they're just basically dumping everything on you. Than someone who, then like on my main account, it's probably just utterly random. That's why I said, like, to me, I'm just like, throw them all in there. Like, why are you making people just pick randomly? Like, I don't know. I'm like, just go full cash grab and just give a list and let people buy it all. But I think what they're worried about then is then they'll never buy GEs again. And they're right. But, I mean, until you get more champions out that they want the Gs for. But, they're hoping that, they rotate these vaults regularly and eventually there'll be something somebody wants to buy and they'll buy it, but I don't know. Thought there's waiting by usage. It doesn't sound like it. From what people were saying, it doesn't sound like it. And let's be honest, there was a lot of argument for a while from the community that they should weight things like wild offers and probably things like this based off usage. And they fought that for a long time for a very good reason. They fought that because the reality is maybe there's a champion you're not using because you don't have that thing yet, which is a very valid argument. And if they weight it by usage, you may never get it, right? I think for these golden epic vaults, I mean, I think this may be a starting algorithm. And then, my hope is if this is the way they're going to do it going forward, that they look at what got purchased during this and start weighting it by what historically gets purchased. If they didn't do that already, that wasn't the starting algorithm, then it needs to become the algorithm for things like this, right? And then people buying those things will get it. But there still should always be a certain number of ones that get added that aren't the highest purchase, because you need to fight this idea of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Where if you think this group are the ones that are always getting purchased and that's what you always push to people, well, then that's what always gets purchased the highest. That's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You've got to actually introduce the other options for people to actually have a choice. Hand setting vault epics for every single player. Worst intern job ever. They couldn't do it. It's impossible. I have Dark Urge in almost every team and I rolled nothing on them. Do you... Mystery Games, here's my question. Do you have golden epics on them already? Because I don't think this vault was creating new golden epics. And not every champion has like all their epics golden yet. That's not how the game works. So I'm just wondering if you already have goldens on Dark Urge, then the reason you didn't get them may be that you already have the only ones that are available. Every champion doesn't. It's not like when they make a champion, they activate 6 golden epics on. That's not how it works. There's always one that comes with the default batch of chests that you get. There's like one that's in a promotional. So I don't know. Dark Urge has 5 available. Okay, I don't know. You have a single one. Okay, yeah. I don't know how many were available. So, but yeah, you never know what they're going to offer. But yeah, it sounds like it was completely random. It sounds like it was completely random based off champions you purchased. But again, maybe this is just the start and then they're going to weight it going forward. We're on an ad break, so I'm going to pause for station identification. Man, why is my room so warm already? We got so much left to go. Is it real hot out today? Is that what's going on? That might be it. Oh, yeah, it's warmed up quite a bit today. It's not real hot out, but... Oh, it's going to be the 80s tomorrow. Yeah, I'd say we're solidly into like the spring. Next 2 weeks don't have anything that's like near freezing cold, so... That's good. Okay. Back from the ad break. What speed champ would you recommend? Currently only have Shandy and Human of the main ones. Briv is the next event. Yeah. Diana. Diana right here. And then Whittle. You only use Lae'zel if you're just running absolute adversaries. Feels like. If you pair her with some certain other speed champions, it's not. She wants absolute adversaries. And specific speed champions. But Diana is great. Whittle is a good one. Shandy's a good one. But Diana should be like, if you don't have Diana, there's your next target. Because her speed effect is always on. It functions on every area. That makes her, a little more desirable. It's also easier to get to its max, like its cap, which also makes her more desirable. And she also just scavenges Electrum chests. So that's nice, right? So I would say Diana first, then maybe look at Whittle. I like Sentry. If you got Human and Sentry pair well together. You don't want to pair Human with Lae'zel. They don't pair well. Can you pair them together? Yes, but they don't synergize at all. They fight each other in a way, in a sense. Whittle's also useful for other reasons. So it's always nice to get champions that are useful for other reasons than just speed. Tunic shirt. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Not only is that a tunic shirt. Hold on. Look. I might like Tunic, too. Tunic's my favorite game of all time. So. I've got them, and I've got the physical book. I've never taken out of the plastic, just because. I got a couple shirts. I got at least one hoodie. Tunic's great. For those of you who've never played Tunic, I have to give you a warning. Tunic is one of those games where you don't. If you think you might want to play it, it's a puzzle game, as well as like a kind of an adventure, combat adventure game. But it's one of those games where you don't want to spoil yourself by watching or reading anything about it. You just kind of have to, if those kinds of things sound interesting to you, you just kind of got to dive in, because you can absolutely spoil the gameplay experience for yourself. It is a game of discovery and of evolution. Like you have a very specific map, but as you learn more about the game and uncover more about the game, like the things you can do with what was always there that you could have always done from the beginning, there's like these like moments, and it's just great. It's just great. Like top-down Zelda, but hard. There is an homage. There's a bit of a visual homage to 80s console games. Absolutely. I mean, it is an adventure with a sword and a green tunic on, but very different. Yeah, it is fantastic. And there's like a short ending, like a quick ending, and then a long ending. And I highly recommend, if you get the shorter ending, which you can get in like less than 20 hours, I highly recommend then restarting and playing all, like trying to explore everything, because yeah, it's great. Right. I do have a play. If it's like, well, that's not really the game for me, but I'd kind of like to see it. I have a playthrough up on my YouTube channel, but I don't want anybody to watch the playthrough that's going to be like, oh, I want to go play that. I mean, maybe watch the first video to just kind of see the style, but then stop, because I don't want to ruin it for you. Oh, and yeah, mystery games. If you don't have Eliwick is like Eliwick before the speed champions, honestly. Eliwick isn't a speed champion, but she generates gems, and that's the purpose of speed champions, in a sense. Helping generate gems, also helping you go quicker, but you know. I haven't actually played it, but I bought a Tunic on Steam specifically because of Gar's enthusiasm. Look, it's fantastic. Yeah, it was. You can tell it was a game that was lovingly made and that wasn't rushed. It was a small team, and they took their time and they made sure that it was what they wanted. The animations are great. The music was wonderful. The puzzles are great. The combat is good. There's accessibility. Like you can make the combat harder. You can make it easier because it's really about this, solving and those puzzles and understanding things. There's some people get frustrated, and I understand why. There'll be like a sign, and you go up to the sign and you hit it and you read it and it comes up and it's in a language you can't understand. They made their own language for this game. That doesn't mean that it's gibberish. You can, if you want to dive that deep, you can translate the language and it will help you play the game. Yeah. Yeah, they did an amazing job. What do I think of Reboot Expert on Certainty? If you like Certainty, it's something you're going to want to, make sure you're over time you're doing, but it's more something for later when you get a Modron core and you can automate resets for for things. Just pushing to beyond 250 early on is a bit of waste of time because your area goals aren't going to be that high. Once your area goal's that high, it's like, okay, well, but at least you're gonna get some credit every time you run her in a thing, which is nice. Nick Mine, thank you for the Prime sub. But when your goals are area 75, 150, like you don't want to go to 250 just to get her a reboot, right? Doesn't mean you won't use her. It's just, you don't need to focus on that early. It's going to kind of slow you down. Animal Well hits that spot for you. It did that for Mars too, and Mars bought it for me, and I fired it up, and I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. The graphics killed it for me. Once upon a time, I did play games with those graphics. I am glad I am no longer playing games. I can be a bit of a graphics snob. And that game the graphics absolutely killed me. So it doesn't mean it's not a good game. It's just it wasn't right for me. Got a look at Pick3 is nice. Yeah, you're fine. I just wanted to make sure. That's why I did this playthrough. We did the Diana, Eliwick, and Ishii as my Pick3 because I wanted a speed champion that fed me Electrums, a gem champion that also has gold find, and then a DPS that has gold find and feeds herself item levels. Like it just seemed like a great combination. And it is. I'm a little frustrated with how Ishii gets her item levels, but otherwise this was a great combo. But honestly, like for a Pick3 pack, Diana, Eliwick, and then whatever DPS you really, really want. Like I said, I think Ishii is pretty great, but if we look at like DPS champions, like who else might have been good? Like starting with Lae'zel might have been interesting because she's also a speed champion, right? Who else? Like I chose Ishii. I've done Karlach before, and that was amazing. But she doesn't quite have a synergy. She's just strong. She's just got some good strength. There's the thing here is there's damage, gold find, and item levels. This is speed and a DP and damage, right? Where else? I'm like, would I start with anyone else? Birdsong might be one I would start with. Birdsong is both a strong DPS and a strong support. So there's, a point where if you decide to switch to somebody else, the investment with her won't be wasted because Because then she can support somebody else. Rosie's a good starter now. I can't believe I just said that, but it's true. But really, I mean, she's okay. You know, she's good. The deflect missile thing is strong in its situations. That's why I say this. Otherwise, she scales better mid to end game. That's probably it for a brand new player. Yeah, I think it's leaning more towards like a Lae'zel recommendation, an Ishii recommendation, Karlach Birdsong. That's probably where I'd stick for brand new players, if in a pick 3 pack. But I like this pick 3 pack, obviously. Not Nahara, no. I would not put Nahara on there. I know Nahara also has a speed effect, but I would not include her on that. I guess I'm biased. I don't think Nahara scales very well at all. So you like the Dark Urge. It's nice not to have to worry about requirements. So here's the big negative with the Dark Urge. They don't scale well. And no, that's not a Dragonborn joke. They're not that strong. Like there's so many, like their strength is literally that they can just kind of go anywhere. But that's not a big thing you have to worry about at the beginning of the game. So and there's a lot of strength in the same bench seat, and you're just kind of giving it up, and that's rough. It's rough. Cast a great DPS, a little bit of pain to have to learn. Well, that's what I'm saying. This I was trying to make recommendations for starting, or like a brand new player who's like, I got a pick 3 pack. Who do I buy? That's what I was trying to learn with this playthrough. So potions we used were not enough to get us to 150. Did I just do 2 of them? I think I did 2 of them and 2 of the earth, maybe. Did I do 3 of them and 3 of those? I don't know. This is the kind of the problem right now is I didn't get lucky with an event that had good speed champions. Like they had Dynahair, but I needed a seat 2 for split the party, and Dynahair's not that great of a speed champion. She's okay, but she's not one of the ones we really need right now. Like I really need like a Shandy or a Deacon, or you know, we take Whittle, Human. Something that's going to pair well with fava beans and a nice Chianti. No. Something's going to pair well with what we're doing. I really want Whittle. I really do want Whittle because of the Ishii pickup. Whittle is the goal for seat 2. Because currently we're set to flex in the next event. Obviously, I want Briv, but I also want Alindra, because Alindra and Whittle pair together to turn Ishii into a chainsaw, and that will generate a lot more damage for Ishii because of her faster, harder, stronger ability. I'll have to get some investment into both Whittle and Alindra to make that happen. They don't just do it immediately. But that's the better combo for Ishii than doing Holy Trinity with Strongheart and Duke Ravengard, because of Ishii's spec choices. We don't really want to pair Ishii with humans if we can avoid it, so we really want Whittle and Alindra. Oh, got enough gems. Wasn't paying attention. Gold chest. Dang it. We got three more to the pity timer. We did get a medium speed potion. I'll take it. I'll take it. And I should look at contracts. Well, these I can just start popping now. We're targeting Diana currently, trying to hit this, and we got a level on them. We're just trying to get 69 average item levels. Nice. We're trying to get Diana to average item level 100. We're hoping a lot of that ends up on this encrusted band, but it's not. But it's not, unfortunately. Oh well. Yeah, we have a natural time yet on Friday. We will find out. I will delay it and I will open it either Sunday or Monday morning so that we can do it Monday on stream. Your chat froze. Thaw it out. Hit the defrost button. So we're currently on the death curse. This is a variant 4 out of 14. So we still got 10 more to go after this to get to Azaka. This is just the you gotta get through it. You just gotta get through it part. We got people telling players, oh, this champion's better than that champion's because they have one more pre-stack. Well, if you don't give them the information that only matters once you have lots of item levels, then people get real confused. So the golden vault is open. It is. I have enough to buy one golden item. Should I use it on my Briv or another champion? It's going to give you a random set of golden epics. If you were fortunate enough to have them offer you Briv's golden epic Theor Dinarax, that's his slot 4 item. Get that. But that doesn't mean they offered it to you. It looks like they're offering up like 60 random golden epics. But it's only if they give you the golden epic Theor Dinarax. So the slot 4 item. You got his 4 and 3. Well, you just need the 4. The 4 is the winner chicken dinner. Yeah. For Human, it's 4 as well. Slot 4 rainbow eggs, golden epic rainbow eggs. Those are two of the biggest speed items you're looking for out of this golden epic vault. But yeah, the golden epic Theor Dinarax for Briv that's the one people like dream of showing up in their wild offer. If they're going to be chasing Briv gem farming, that's the one. But it's really a gem. It's really for the Briv gem farming thing. The best deal for a G still remains getting a golden epic for the next rework champion and the dismantling. That's not always true. Honestly. Because there's no way to know. I mean, there's some people that, go in the spoilers, but without spoiling things, there's no way to know who the next rework champion is. Yeah, Brivs is like I said, Brivs is the number one. It's the biggest one that you really need because his speed effect scales infinitely, so you want that golden epic if you're gonna chase that. You're literally, because it's a dragon that's on the card, you're literally chasing the dragon with Briv. Human does have a cap. Sure, you could shiny it, but why? I mean, if you can get the golden epic, why not? But the Brivs is more important. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check tonight on my main account to see what golden epics I was offered. I don't know if there are any out there that I really care about at this point, but we'll find out. There we go. Completed. Your epic vault offers for Human were 2, 3, and 5. That is rough. All right, we did the death curse. We need premature betrayal, folks. Betrayal. Yeah, this one's. I mean, it's a restriction, but it's not really a restriction. Oh, that's what they got going. I was like, I don't remember what it's, because they've got like the segmented health for Yap. Those are the tanking red wizards. This is also a 150 push, so we'll see. See how our potions, if we can get a little bit more efficient potion usage this time. So I'm gonna do 2 of these. I'm gonna do 3 of these. We'll see how that turns out. Good to learn to be efficient with your speed potion usage. Because, you're even with the apothecary system, you're starved for them. It is much nicer now. But I still find myself not having as many as I'd like. Oh, sorting by... Hold on. Get it from here. Sort by popularity? I'll make you popular. Which is, I don't think this is. Why is it changing between three things? This definitely isn't the most popular. I feel like this would be. Yeah, this would be the most. This would be, however we got this set now. Makes more sense. But that doesn't. No. Oh, wait, I'm sorting by champion name. I need to not. Wait, no, I'm not. I'm so confused. This is not. This is the wrong way. This is the right way. This is unintuitive. This is absolutely unintuitive. Yeah, none of this doesn't make any sense to me. Not only is this is just clicking these things and having them light up and go different directions unintuitive as to what I'm actually getting. This doesn't seem right at all. That doesn't seem right at all. So, I don't know. I don't know if I believe it. Oh, wow, we ended up at perfectly at 500 gems. Hurry up before we earn any more. Let's hit 0 gems for the first time since we started. Yay! Okay. Epic? No. God dang it. God dang it, guys. What is the default sorting? I don't know. There's another good question. There's another good question. That's what I'm saying. Like, none of that is intuitive at all. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Let's see if we get more than one gem card over here. I mean, if they're all the same price, it doesn't matter. Like, there is no what do we want to sell the most? All of them, if they're all the same price. That's what really doesn't make any sense. Highest count inventory. Yeah, sure. That's it. That's actually, hold on. We're gonna ask this question. And the golden epic vault, what is the default sorting option based on? Also, what determines the popularity sorting option? I'm curious to see what their answers are because it doesn't seem like anything based off reality. Yeah, like I don't know what this is. Oh, these are all slot ones. But based off what? Is it popularity in seat 1? That might be it. I might be looking at seat 1 and ordering it in popularity. What starts seat 3? Or slot 3, excuse me. Yeah. It might be a combination of, it starts with slot 1, item slot 1, and lists them by most popular. Until we get to Solox being higher than Eliwix, and then I'm like, is it though? I don't know what to tell you. All I know is if I turn this on, this is least popular. It feels like. Whereas this would be most popular. But then you're going to tell me that all 3 of hers are more popular than all 4 of hers, are more popular than his, are more popular than all 4 of hers. Like, that doesn't make it. Why are we? No, wrong. Drop the Grace. Just want to tell you thank you for the new player roadmap. You're welcome. Let me blitz through the early game in around 300 hours, and now I'm done with your guide on my own. Awesome. Hopefully you have the information to make good decisions at that point on. Someone on Reddit asked if Artemis's golden epic on his cloak would make a difference when they have over 10,000 item levels and legendary level 15. How can't people make their own decisions when they've played hundreds? That's not even hundreds of hours. If you've got 10,000 item levels on Artemis and legendary level 15, you're in the thousands of hours. I feel like. But it's not really about the number of hours, it's about how you spent them. And more importantly, why would you ever invest that much into a champion without understanding how does that investment work? Like, shouldn't you know by that point? You've invested over 10,000 average item levels and 15 legendaries, 15 levels of legendary on a single champion. Shouldn't you know how that champion functions and how gilding functions on that champion? That's my question. Somewhere along the way. This is why I don't like when people just say, when people are like, what's the best champion? And people in the Discord or on Reddit are just like, Artemis, just pump a lot of stuff into it. Like, if you're not educating them, then you're not helping them at all. At all. This just in, folks. If you don't know, if you're a new player, I don't care what people in our Discord are telling you. Artemis is not a new player champion. There are 5 stages of the game. There's new player, early game, mid game, late game, end game. Avengers time. Artemis is a late game and beyond champion because of the investment needed in him to make him great. There are different power curves for champions, and some will kick in better at other times. Artemis doesn't kick in until like the late game. So you have the capability to invest 1,000 average item levels in him and have a golden epic flute. And have a lot of other champions with hundreds, if not thousands of item levels on them as well. There are so many, there's so much time to get through these other stages of the game. It takes a while. Don't beat your head against a wall just because somebody said, hey, at the end of the game, this one's going to be the best for you. Like, find the stuff that's going to get you through the early game. Learn along the way, and then, yeah, transition into whatever that OP champion is later if you want to. So rough, so tough out here. To be fair, they could have just dropped a ton of money. Well, then I'm then I have even more opinions. Being a newer player, kind of my favorite DPS have been Ishi and Dark Urge because they're easy for beginners to pick up and learn. Sure. I mean, that's why the core starting DPS before you get any other event champions is Jarlaxle, because he's very straightforward to understand. You just level him up and you point all the buffs at him. Then he stabs things. This is what makes him a good starting DPS, right? And so when you can transition into a good champion that is that straightforward to understand, even going from Jarlaxle, then yeah, it's great. Artemis is not that champion. Artemis is so very much not that champion. What were Garwa's thoughts on the Golden Vault? I mean, I'm gonna look at it on my main account. It's not anything that I would be interested in on this account. And I'm really curious what the sorting, how they sorted stuff, because it just seems egregiously wrong. But beyond that, I don't know how they chose what they chose. It feels weird. Feels weird, but if people get lucky and get some stuff, great. At least one person in chat got their golden epic for Briv's slot 4, and that's wonderful. You cannot buy scales with money. You cannot buy scales of Tiamat with cash. Once upon a time, there were these things called seasons. They are no longer in the game. They now live at a farm upstate with your childhood dog. And if you bought the season pass, you could get some scales, but it wasn't like a lot of scales. Well, there was a way to get a lot of scales later on, but I think that was maybe once. But yeah, they don't sell scales. Well, wrong naming structure there, Elephantitis. Yeah. This is Forgotten Realms, and Artemis and Diana are two separate people. Diana has been a pretty decent DPS for my speed team. I mean, in a speed team, you don't really have a DPS, so it's like whoever you're pointing the buffs at, it can end up being a variety of different people. All right, then let's ask a very specific me question. I have Kent's Token of the Departed as one of the golden epics. Is it worth it? Token of the Departed, if it is worth it, if it were to be worth it, it would only be worth it for somebody who's got who's cleared area 2000 everywhere. In all the campaigns and in the events. I mean, I do have it as a gilding priority, but again, that's only if you can get it if you can get lots of tokens. But the problem is it's an additive, not even a pre-stack. Why did I prioritize? I think probably because that was the only thing I could do. I don't think there's good priorities for him. Yeah, he doesn't have any pre-stackers, so it's not a pre-stack. So the only time it's going to be, feel a little worth it is if you've got, over 2000 tokens for every campaign. But yeah, it's not a pre-stack, so that makes it less worth it. Kind of the rare, there's priorities for golden epics in this game, and I guess tier 1 does it support a speed item? And then there's sub priorities inside that, right? But does it support a speed item? Ooh, does it? No. Tier 1, does it support Eliwix's gem find? Tier 2. So I guess G tier. I guess we go. So it's S tier is speed items. G tier is does it support Eliwix's gems? S tier is does it support a speed item? And then A tier is going to be is it a priest? Does it support a pre-stack ability? And then B tier gets a little wonky. It's like there's all kinds of things. Like is it a really good scaling ability for them? Is it necessary for their kit? Like everything kind of falls apart from B and down. So G tier, Eliwix slot 2. S tier, a bunch of speed items, items that boost speed effects. And then A tier is pre-stack items that buff pre-stack abilities with abilities that are multiplicatively stacking, where the modifiers from items and feats boost the pre-stack value, which is a mathematically overpowered type of ability in this game. MOP, mop. I call them mops. Is it a mop? That's the next thing. And then everything else kind of falls below that. Can we visit seasons? No. No, they're settling into their new environment. We don't want to upset them. Oh. I'm triggering some people's childhood trauma right now. It's not just yours. Like you're sharing that with a lot of people. Don't freak out. I made the mistake of investing in Artemis too early and delayed my progress by months. Oh yeah. I spent several months worth of contracts on having ignored speed champs. Oh yeah. This is what blindly, excuse me, I shouldn't use that term. That's insensitive. This is what following people's advice without getting the proper informational foundation can do. It can absolutely destroy your progress. You can get it back. I mean, nothing's going to permanently kill your progress, but it can slow you down a lot. After realizing my mistake, I've buffed up my gem farm team and can rack over 10,000 average item levels in a week for any chosen champion. That's wild. Yeah. But yeah, eventually you get there, right? And then that's why I say it's a late game thing, because I've played through these new player accounts so many times, and investing heavily, like trying to go all in on a specific champion, has always failed me. It's always left me on the struggle bus as I get in the mid game. Whereas the last one I did, I focused on speed champions first, like building a speed team, pushing team, gold find team. This is where I came up with my 3-team strategy. And getting like speed team members to average item levels 50 first, and then progress to 50, and then back to speed to try to get to 100, and etc. Right, like stepping stones, gave me the smoothest progress with no speed bumps whatsoever, let alone any struggles whatsoever, into the mid game. And I still didn't have people up to like I didn't have everybody up to like 100, like all of my pushing team or anything. So to try to invest like 1,000 item levels into someone like Artemis to get him online, it doesn't happen until late game, maybe late mid game at best. But he really is just late game and beyond because of that item level investment. Whereas you can fly through the game with, I was destroying things with 50 average item levels on a mostly blue car lock. Absolutely melting things. That's kind of the definition of an early to mid game champion. A champion you can pick up like when you're brand new, and it'll carry you through the mid game. Just with their base scaling, they don't need a lot of item levels. They don't need epics or gilding. Like that's choice, right? That's what you want. You want that kind of stuff. And that's why I like Ishii, because she scales herself. Like, you don't have to invest in her. She's going to invest in herself. She's like, I invest in me and my progress, which is a healthy way to be. But it just takes some slowing down your progress a bit so that she can consume these duel to the death stacks. That's the only frustrating part currently. And by slowing down progress, I mean not using, like, not leveling up champions. Making sure she's what's killing. So, wait. So if I have a golden epic potion, it's Eliwick greater than Briv? Ooh. If you're on the newer end of things, like if your Briv isn't... If you're on the newer end of things, absolutely. Because Eliwick's going to generate the gems that you need to start investing in speed champions, including Briv. So I would say, yeah, if you're on the newer side of things, that first golden epic going on to Eliwick is gonna support you so much better overall. It's gonna make your overall experience so much better. At some point, you still will want a golden epic on the Briv. But yeah, Eliwick's. I mean, gems are huge, right? Like I'm sitting here. Oh, you see me eyeing this button. How many gems do I have? How many gems do I have? If I could put the gems up here instead of average DPS, so I don't have to hover this every time, I would love it. Because you're really just gem starved. Even with an Eliwick, you're still a bit gem starved. Without her, it's a real struggle. Because you need gems. You need gems. You need to buy gold chests with those gems. You need everything that's coming out of those gold chests. Not just what I'm chasing up here. Core Evergreen epics needed. That's core and evergreen epics. It wasn't going to all fit. So I'm trying to get full epic on all my core and evergreens. That's just another milestone, right? But the real thing that I'm chasing is all of the bounty contracts and blacksmithing contracts that are dropping out of those gold chests, so that I can put them on targeted champions to get their abilities where I want them to go. And the first one I targeted, Eliwick. First shiny I had, Eliwick, right? Like, I think it was either Eliwick or Diana, but ultimately we wanted to guild this quickly. And yeah, I got her to 101. That's fantastic. But she still needs to keep going, because this is 2 cards. It's only 82%. We want 1 card to be 100%. That's what we're trying to achieve with her. And a golden would help us achieve that quicker. Which is why, like, from this vault, when I was like sorting through this, we do by champion name. That's 3, and what I need 2. I need slot 2. There it is. These aren't even in order. This is tempting. I have the platinum. Wait. This is real tempting because it's going to boost my gem gain. So what were we at? 2 cards was 84.3%. I'm buying this. I'm going to live my truths here. I said this was the best thing. I'm going to do it. So she instantly got gilded. Now we're in 2 cards is 114.9%. Yay. So now at 2 cards, we're double. It used to take 3 cards to get double the gems. So we're already getting a lot more out of this because of that. Also, we got a dupe. We were at 101. We duped it. Now we're at 125. We'll take that as well. Interesting. Base effect. Oh, I didn't even know that you could hover over and see this. Huh. Increase per item level. Is that accurate? I don't know. Now I got to figure out where to, we got a refund. So when you have a shiny on something already and you put a golden on it, it refunds you a potion of polish. So now I have a potion of polish I can put on anybody I want. I'm going to save it for Briv. Probably. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna sit on it maybe for a second. We'll see. Because I'm not gonna come on those. I'm not gonna get a lot of those, right? So yeah, this will help us earn more gems. I spent my platinum on things that are gonna help me earn more gems. Because that's progress forever in the game. Right? It's not like I'm gonna get to a point where I'm gonna stop using Eliwick to generate more gems. Oh yeah, if you were only ever going to have one golden epic, which that's not realistic, because spoiler alert, Elminster will give you one eventually. You're saying one golden epic go to 4, and I don't think so. I think you still put it on Eliwick, because like if you were going to get one for somewhere, because eventually you'll get one from Elminster's shop, and that one can go on Briv. That one can go on Briv, and that's good timing for it. I think it may be a little late, but you're fine. You're fine. You could shiny Brivs, and yeah, it's gonna suck, but then there'd be a big jump when you get that golden from Elminster. But Elminster has the only golden potion available currently. Hey, Lurking Rider. So yeah, I think this was the good play. Deck of many things, because that's gonna, not only is it gonna get me gems, when we do our deep favor runs, we're gonna focus on moons, which is the gold find boost. It's gonna help us there too. It's also gonna help us with power, but yeah, it's a triple effect item, because it's gonna boost gem gain, it's gonna boost gold find game, and it's gonna boost pushing power. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. There aren't, oh man, are there any cards that do that? Any other cards that do that? Because usually they separate this stuff out. I'm trying to think of like big champions. I don't think there's anyone else that they combo bonuses onto. Because even with like Nahara, her speed effect, she has an item for that ability, but it only affects the damage portion of it, not the speed portion. Let's just say she's one of a rare few, maybe the only one, that has 3 different bonuses that you can get on from one card. So gilding it and investing into it like this pays off 3 times instead of just once. When I first started looking at guides, I saw one guy that said something like Eliwick will be relegated to a bench warmer. I never looked at that person's guides again. It could have been a really old guide, to be fair, before the rework. Every guide maker in this community that I'm aware of, except for me, they make a guide and then they don't update it. I update mine when I can. I try to at least update them once a year. But the fact is, a lot of times there isn't even a lot of changes. Really, all I'm doing in that year is like adding any new feats that might have been there. When they get reworked, I update them right away. You get a lot of use out of the patron shop champions. I mean, calling them patron shop champions is interesting. I don't know how to answer that question. I know Warden's in there. Because I don't think of them as patron shop champions. Warden as an event champion, you can get him out of the patron shop instead of from a time gate or an event. He's solid. Krond you can get out of there. He can be solid. Regis is in there. Yeah. I mean, Regis, the companions of the hall are really made to be used with the other companions of the hall. Regis is okay on his own. So I mean, there's some, but there's also like some core champions in there, and it's like core and evergreen champions, and it's like, yeah, maybe they're free from the. Well, they're not free. You have to buy them with. You have to buy that skin with currency, and it unlocks them. But sometimes you'll have that champion. Sometimes it's not worth waiting to get them from the patron shop if you can just get them from a time. If they're a good champion, you can just get them from the time gate or an event, right? Yeah, they started playing after the rework, yeah. So there used to be more people making guides to champions in the past, and they've since stopped playing the game for whatever reason. But those guides are still out there, so if you search for guides to specific champions, you might find their guide. But you always got to look at like a combination of when was the guide made, and is there a note about when it was updated last? But also, like understand that sometimes, like I've got some guides to champions that are multiple years old. They're updated. They're just nothing's changed about them. Like it's a weird combination of things, but you want to try to find if someone's made a more current guide, check it. I definitely put a note like last updated at the top of all my guides. So that helps. And then if it's a really old guide of mine and I've made a new version, I will usually put a link that says, "Hey, go find my new guides." Yeah, the old ones I went through one day, I literally realized, oh God, Google is taking people to my old guides and they're getting bad information. And so I just took the link to my Reddit list and I went through my guide history, my post history on Reddit and found all my guides and just spent an evening copy pasting the link into the top of like a little blurb into the top, like go here instead of all of my old guides. So that, hopefully some people still don't notice it. But hopefully that way people will notice. Because early on, every time I reworked a guide, I posted a new version. Google search engines hate that, right? So now I just edit. So that it builds up a good search engine value over time of it's always going to these links. Wow. Where are we going? 150 and we ran out. Okay, so it wasn't. I wonder if 2 of these and 4 of these would have worked better. I don't know. I don't want to waste any of them right now. What we got next? After Premature Betrayal, we got Flying Monkeys Skulls of Doom. A good name. Is that one here? No. Okay, so we'll leave here and we'll go here. This one. So it's another 150. All right, so we'll. Oh, dang it. We will craft macaroni and cheese. No, we'll craft one of these. And that way we will test 2 and 4 to see if that gets us through it. Just trying to find the most efficient potion stack to get us through it. Lurking Rider now has a channel, or in my Discord called Context Warning, folks. If you haven't been there yet, currently there are about 27 quotes taken utterly and completely out of context, and not just by me. There's quotes from Sean. There's quotes from Mars. I know there's one from Lauren in there at least. There's V. There's Mitra. Yeah. So there's a lot of Auto Champions community quotes in there that are taken utterly and completely out of context. Including, I need all the crabs I can get. Yeah. Was that when we were playing Another Crab's Treasure? Was that had to have been when we were playing Another Crab's Treasure, right? I hope that's what that was from. This is funny. Reading is hard, y'all. And then the follow-up. Doesn't seem like people that can't read well would get much out of written guides anyway. No big loss. Here's the funny thing, though. My guides exist because people don't read the information that's in the game. And I expect them to go out of the game and read it instead. Oh well. Oh well. Well, I know there's a lot of info missing in the game, but the reality is I expect that the people that aren't reading this stuff in game are going to leave the game and read it out of the game. A lot do. Easier for me to read out of game. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the reasons I did it. I mean, honestly, when I started making guides, it was because I needed to compile information for me and organize it just for me to have access to. And then I just started posting it publicly. And this is way back from in the MMO days. So, yeah, because you can't always have access to all of it in one easy place when you're in a game, and you can't always be in the game when you want to be looking at it. Like if you work somewhere, they're not going to let you play your game. They might let you access a website, not all places, but some. Now that there's cell phones, you can definitely pull the cell phone up, right? But when I started doing this, you didn't have web browsers on your cell phones. So yeah, still work. It's there. They function well, or I wouldn't keep doing them. Back in my day. Back in my day, cell phones were as big as a woman's purse and as heavy, but couldn't hold as much. Which is true. Which is true. I think that was the first cell phone I ever got to use was a big, like, kind of not quite the size of a briefcase, but like the size of a large purse. But it was 90% battery, had a shoulder strap, and you took the top off and answered, like, dialed on the back of it, called people. And there was like an antenna that came off of the thing so that it, have some kind of a reception. That was the first cell phone I used. And there were even hands-free stuff for cars back then. There was a little mount. You'd get the mount, and you'd have to have it wired in, so there was a little microphone, and when you plugged it in, it worked through the thing there. And then then you'd have like an antenna sticking off the top of the car, like you were a truck driver, to make sure that you got reception while you were in the car. And you just, someone call, you'd hit the button, and then you just start talking, and it'd be hooked into the stereo system. And yeah, even back, that was the 80s when I was using it. Yeah, that's the first one that my parents had one, because we lived in the middle of nowhere, and they worked. When they were like working, they were working on docks, like on people's boats and stuff, and so there's no phone. So they'd have the cell phone around. So if their bosses needed to get a hold of them, or if they needed to call somebody, they could. Um, by the time I got a phone, it was one of those Nokia brick phones. It wasn't the size and mass of a house brick, but they were called brick phones. Back when you only had a cell phone, car phone if you were someone important. Well, or you just had money to spend. Let's be honest. Ours was kind of a necessity because of where we lived in the middle of nowhere. You just kind of had to be able to reach people. If you worked for somebody who wanted to be able to reach you, even when you were in the middle of nowhere, then you also had one, right? I've never used a satellite phone. I've never known anybody that had a satellite phone. I might have worked somewhere once where they sold them, but I think that was because it was an outdoor store. They might have had one for like hiking and going out on the ocean outside of cell phone range. But I never used one. Once I legit threw a Nokia phone at a wall in frustration. Nothing happened to it. Those Nokia bricks, man. That was their defining feature, and that's why it was my first one. It wasn't even mine. It was a work phone, and they bought those specifically so that they wouldn't get destroyed. Like working with kids, I was running after school program, and I had to have, as the supervisor, I had to have a phone on me at all time at work. So even if I was out on the playground playing football or basketball or whatever, someone needed to get a hold of me, they could. And yeah, man, that thing went through 3 years, never even had a hiccup of 3 years of abuse. Augment blog tomorrow, 2 blogs on Friday. Wow. This event must be unusual. But hey, we'll find out. You'll find the Augment blog tomorrow is going to spoil the 2 blogs on Friday. Yeah, Lurking Rider, I'm telling you, those Nokias. Ah, those are great. Captions might have skipped the lean in. That's fine. Whispering might not have been picked up. I've said before, and I'll say it again. My favorite phone wasn't even the Nokia. Oh gosh, what was it? Yeah, this is it. No, that's not it. That's close. Hold on. Oh, I remember that one too. There it is. Let me pull this up. The LGNV. The LGNV. Literally, it looked like it looked like a really thick brick phone from the front with keys, with buttons, you know, that you could call on and make your phone calls. But then you spun it sideways flat and then opened it like a clamshell. And it had a screen with a pair of speakers on the side of it and a full keyboard. Oh god, that was the best. It was so good. I loved that phone. I loved that phone so much. And we're kind of getting back to the point where they're doing some things like that. But which is nice, but yeah. Okay, flying monkey skulls of doom. And we're random flying monkey spawn with each wave and toss monkey skulls at your formation. That's it. That's it. That's all it does. That's all it does. Alright. Okay, so what we want to do here, we're going to do that thing where we slow our progress down a bit by only getting champions to their like scavenge abilities. That's it. And there's that one. Oh, did we already get it? We did. Okay. That's all we're gonna do. And what's the click damage? 46, it looks like. So we want to level this up until it's like E46, and then, well, but we only have to go 150. I'm not. What am I doing? We're still not in the deep enough woods yet, as it were. Okay. Gotta get deeper variants. I need to start slowing down again. Just takes too long to get to that point where Ishii's the only one killing. And we got a guide quest. Who cares? Unlocked the wild beyond witchland. I'm not going. Completed 5 variants in 10. Thanks. How many? Oh, 2,000. We got a ways to go before we're going to get there. But I got enough gems I can buy a gold chip. Come on. Dang it. Alright, next one. Next gold chest is our epic for the day. We may only get one today. We got 3 yesterday. We're not stopping upgrading champions to let Ishii get. Well, so I really want to get at some point. We need to start getting her to consume these winner take all stacks, and what it takes is having her being the only one doing damage to kill with. But we have to go like a ways, unless she's the only one in the formation. We have to go a ways before she becomes the only one killing things. So like yesterday we were doing this. I was taking like everyone but these out. But this still means I have to get to the point where enemy health is E43, like higher than the E43 that she's doing before Ishii even starts registering those kills. And when we're only going to like 150, that's rough. We'll see how far in that is. Well, actually, I already know. Here, level 130 is going to be E39. So there's a very tiny window. It's just not gonna be worth it. Because the area level you have, like the area level you can go to is like click kill is based off the levels you're down here. And there's E40. So there'd be maybe 3 bosses we could try. It's not. It just doesn't make sense at this point. Like if we're only going 150 areas to try to do this strategy. It's easier to just kill everything instantly and fly through it. Fly through it and get to some of the deeper stuff. Piece of equipment improves Eliwick's gem find. It's her slot 2. It's her slot 2. It's deck of many things. It's this one. Feywild Blade. Well, I am at the 50 cap. That's the problem. That's the problem. I just hit it today. We burned down between yesterday and the start of today. We got down to 45, so then hit 50. So tomorrow we'll start losing. If I don't burn 5 off today, tomorrow we start losing. Losing item levels. It's not. It is losing. I don't like the way they did Ishii's. I don't like the way they did this ability for Ishii. They gave it too many hoops to jump through. When any other kind of ability like this doesn't have that many hoops. Like Black Viper, I'm not going to count the scavenger because she's not a scavenger, but Black Viper just has to be in your formation when you kill a boss. Like when a boss bag drops, and then there's a chance that one of her red gems will be in it. How wonderful. Ishii has to get the killing blow on a boss, and then it's only a 5% chance that she'll get the item level. And then if you don't get all of the item levels in a 10-day period, then you start losing potential item levels because there's a cap to the number of those stacks you can get that's 50. And it's frustrating. Yeah, we're missing out on potential item levels. Because we're not taking anything away from what we already have. What we've gained, we've gained. We're missing out on the earning of item levels in the future. Because everyone else, like with the scavengers, if we do bring the scavengers into this, the scavengers go up every day. The cap of the things that they can scavenge goes up. Best looked at over here. So she's at 3,900 today. Tomorrow, she'll be at 4,000. So we can earn an extra 100 every day. Right? And there's no cap. So having a cap and a kill requirement and a 5% chance on Ishii is just rude. Is so rude. When everyone else, when the scavengers look like this, Black Viper, who's more comparable, you just get it as long it can drop as their chance it drops out of the box bag, and it's pretty straightforward. You don't have to get the killing blow. So what I would like to see, and what I'm suggesting tomorrow on Dev Insights, is that if you pop a fire breath potion and enemies are dying to the fire breath potion, let that kill credit whoever is setting Bud, since fire breath potions are doing Bud base damage. In which case, I could pop a fire breath potion on these runs. Everybody that's using Ishii could just pop fire breath potions. And every time you're killing a boss with a fire breath potion, Ishii gets a chance at her kill credit. I don't see what the problem with that is. Since Mars stopped, you're the closest that seeing you have to someone who plays the game. Mars stopped playing the game? What? I don't. What? Doesn't Mars play the game on his streams? It's too reasonable. I don't think it is too reasonable. I think there's still a requirement. You know, I just think it's. I think this is just too unreasonable. I just want to get it into. Oh, god dang it! Forgot about that. Forgot about that freaking screen. I just think it's too. Her stuff is too unreasonable for a modern rework. Zorbu's kind of the same way. Well, Zorbu kills stacks. It's different. He's not feeding himself item levels. He's feeding himself kill stacks. There's lots of kill stackers in there. You have to get the killing blow, not on a boss. It's just on anything. You've got to kill anything, and he gets credit. As long as he's killing, he's getting credit. And it's not. There's no percent chance, right? So there's the thing. Like with Ishii, either it should be a 5% chance that she gets gear in the bag, that gear drops in the bag off a boss, and you remove the she has to kill it, or you leave the she has to kill it, but you get rid of the 5% chance, and it's just when she kills it, she triggers a stack. Like why not? Why can't it be that? And get rid of the max stacks. Like the max stacks, I guess, yeah, just get rid of the max stacks. I think that would be a big change. A positive change. It just seems a little... I thought it was going to be okay. And then I started a new account. And then I realized, oh, it's not okay. Let's put it that way. I thought it wasn't going to be a big deal. Because there is this thing where you just park Ishii in a background party. But that only works once you have background parties. And if you want to use Ishii, like I do, you're really limited. Why does it have to feel bad? If I want to use her, shouldn't it feel good? Shouldn't it feel good to use Ishii? Oh, there's a out of context quote. Mars said he stopped playing the game for fun and his own time. Oh. I mean, this is, you know, it is a fairly common thing when people are working for a game studio on a game. Gamers get upset about it, but like you don't want to work, you know, it's not always like I want to work on this game all day and then in my free time I want to keep playing it. That's, you get burnout from that at a certain point. Plus, if Mars has played this game for a long time, he's played it through, and part of his job is power testing. He's having to play the game like and power test new champions constantly. So he's still playing the game. He's just not playing it for fun outside of work. That's not the same as not playing the game anymore. To be clear. There's a lot of like to properly do what Mars is trying to do with find strengths and weaknesses of champions. I mean, you've got to know your bench. You've got to know all the other champions. So dang it, I didn't win the Discord. I don't know what I would have picked, to be honest. It does look like Blueshy skinned a cat, like a large cat, like a hunting cat, and is wearing it. So it's a little weird that they're called Kitten Lord to me, but there's a reference there I'm missing, clearly. Maybe the snack familiar. It really does seem like, look, here's the head, here's the paws. They're wearing their feet. They've got their tail attached. Like, doesn't this seem, maybe it's a you keep what you kill scenario and they're the kitten lord because they killed the biggest kitten? I don't know. Also, should you be killing kittens? I don't know. Wait, this is a Forgotten Realms thing? Hold on. Kitten Lord is a thing. The Kitten Lord, also called the Cat Child, was a were-cat boy and the heir to the role of Cat Lord in the mid-14th century Dale Reckoning. But this was a were-cat, so I don't understand Belushi dressed up as a Kitten Lord. Cosplay? There's an actual Kitten Lord. Now I gotta look at the Cat Lord. The Cat Lord, also known as Master Cat, such great names, was one of the animal lords. The Cat Lord was the ruler of all felines, from the common house cat to the huge Smilodon. Those who truly understood felines knew that the Cat Lord is neither good nor evil, but concerned with cat things alone. To this end, he roams various planes, including the material plane. Does that mean Belushi just concerns themselves with just kittens? It's like D&D Black Panther is what I'm saying. Except they can actually turn it, like they turn into a Black Panther. Okay. Okay. It is what it is. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I'll read that when we get back from break. So here's the clarifying statement. It's more that the name of the skin should be Champion of the Kitten Lord Belushi, because she has changed her Warlock pack to the Kitten Lord. That makes more sense, yes. This is where they don't always give all the proper context for things.
That's now in my head, Cat Lord, forever and always. But who is the... Okay, there's something fascinating here that I didn't notice last time.
Okay.
Which is that the cat lord is maybe a position that is inherited? Like an old cat lord passes it on to, I am not making this up, a kitten lord?
No, there isn't.
Yeah.
I just want y'all to know my new street name's gonna be Kitten Lord.
And you know what?
Okay.
You know what's wild about Kitten Lord? He's crazy like mail on a Sunday.
All right. To be fair, it does seem like this is a case of multiple creators adding to the lore.
Okay.
That there's in the monster manual too. There's goodness. Oh no, everybody's just done all these things. Okay. So there's the young man with the cheekbones.
Yes.
In Monster Manual 2. Apparently, in the Monstrous Compendium Planescape Appendix, it is a woman.
Job's done.
Oh.
And then there's the Cat Lord in the comics. So where they have an old Cat Lord who is an old man with a very interesting beard trim going on. Like a right into his little bob.
Oh.
And then he passes that on to the Kitten Lord, who is a little boy with a mullet that turns into a kitten.
Brian Cotillo, once again, coming in just with the deep dive. Kitten Lord came from the AD&D comic book.
That's what I was saying. Yeah,
that's
like
wild.
It's but it does. There's also another Cat Lord specific to the Greyhawk setting. But it does seem like there is something baked in where the Cat Lord is an inherited position. And then they just decided to specifically depict that.
So that was the joy of that we used to have with Champions of Lore, where you'd find out all this cool information about D&D on those streams every week here on, or not here on, over on the C&E Game channel. I'm on the wrong channel to be talking about that. But those streams don't exist anymore. You can find, I mean, I think there might be VODs up. But they don't have new versions of that, unfortunately. But to be fair, back then, Aaron and Trevor both worked for CNE. So B-Dave was like the extra. Now none of them work for CNE, so makes it more difficult to do. I shouldn't say more difficult, more expensive, which is a different kind of difficult. Different kind of difficult. Okay, we're going 175 this time. I need 3 of these. I need more of those. Let's see. Let's just try 4. We get gems? We did. Here's our epic. Here's our guaranteed epic. Well, yeah. Boom. What did we get? Oh, and we got a feat as well. We got a feat as well. That takes us down to 70 epics needed. Feat for Archon, don't care. Ultimate Bruner damage, don't care. But it's off the list. It's off the list. I was multitasking, trying to figure out how I got switched to a new stream. No, I was just listening. It's not like they're gonna DMCA me. How dare Garware share pertinent information from a stream that doesn't exist anymore? Not gonna happen. Yeah, we got nothing else. We got nothing else we're tracking. Once again, if we look over here at the active task list, it sends us in places we don't really care about. Like, we are completing 25 variants, but it isn't like something like we're doing that on our own. We know why we're doing it. We don't need this to tell us. But complete 4 adventures in Waterdeep? No. I'm not going to stop what I'm doing and go over there for that. Do these adventures and variants. Waterdeep, no. Grand Tour of the Sword Coast, no. Try to push to 700, no. Go do Mert stuff, no. Select a piece of equipment in each slot for 25 champions. I've only owned 23. I can't do anything there. Complete 10 variants of Grand Tour. No, that's not going to help me progress. Obtain 15 Waterdeep Dragon Eyes Blessings. That's not going to help me progress right now. And collect a piece of epic equipment in each slot for 1 champion. Well, I'm trying. But as you can see, that's going to take a long time. It shouldn't be here either. All that stuff's bad. It's all bad. What were we playing for that one? Now I'm curious. Oh, that was the Cult of the Lamb, yes. Hold on.
Grovel at my feet. I'm the great and powerful Gar.
Well, this is from the Cult of the Lamb. Hashtag Gar bless you. Collection quest. Set up a Briv Gem farm. Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no. Curious why the hate for Jamila. There is no hate for Jamila. Jam's great. She just sucks in this game. It's easier a lot in the beginning. Picked up Crow completely by chance on the first day I played. She's just not great. Like, her scaling is bad. Like, she's supposed to be a DPS champion, but her damage is bad. And she's got a kit that tries to encourage you to put her in the front column with tanks. And that's a bad idea. Yeah, it was so that's a reworked version of Jamila, unfortunately, that it came at a time when they were trying to reimagine how shielding, healing, and tanking worked in the game. And they started playing around with this idea of champions that weren't squishies and they weren't tanks, and they called them bruisers. And they reworked some champions into this bruiser role where they have more health than a squishy and maybe a couple tanky features, but they're not tanks. And Jamila was one of them. And unfortunately, they just never went back and fixed their mistake. And so when it comes to the first 12 champions, there's too many damage champions, to be clear. Like, just straight up pure DPS champions. And so your starter DPS is Jarlaxle when you're brand new. And then if you're switching, you don't have any like event champions to switch to. Your next one you should switch to is Ashara. And quite frankly, you just stay on Ashara because she scales better than Delana, who comes up after that, or Jamila, who comes up after that, or Archon, who comes up after that. And when we've done some damage testing on DPS champions in this game, Jamila has always come in basically last. You can try to build the best possible formation for her. You can find the best formation layout and the best set of champions, and she's just going to come in worse than basically everybody else. It doesn't mean we don't like Jamila. Jamila's a cool character. And Force Grey, played by Deborah Ann Wall. It's just she doesn't do well in this game. Now, that doesn't mean that you might not be able to complete content with her when you start off. Because the reality is, at the beginning of the game, you can complete content with just about anybody. That's why I recommend not trying to think about the meta when you're starting out, and just working towards getting 2 champions in each bench seat. Because even if they're not the greatest champions, if they're getting you progress towards getting an extra party and getting a Modron core and then getting 2 extra parties and your fast core, that's huge. And along the way, you can use any other champions you want to get there. So it's not bad that you were using her. It's just she wasn't, she was suboptimal, but that doesn't mean she can't complete content for you. And early on, you don't know, right? Like, you don't know what you're doing. You don't know who's going to be good and who's not. And as long as you're able to complete content, as long as you're meeting your adventure goals and moving forward and you're not being frustrated, you're playing the game right. Truly. There are people who look at my formations and they're like, those aren't optimal. And I'm like, no, they're not. And I'm like, but hang out here in a second. Do I finish this adventure that I'm on? Oh, I did. Oh, then I guess I was playing the game right. Because that's what matters, right? Did I just hear "God bless you" in response to these notes? Hashtag "God bless you." So it's not bless you, Arts. It's hashtag "God bless you." It's God bless you. God bless you. Because it was from Cult of the Lamb, where you are playing a lamb that is like the leader of the cult. So there's a play on words in there. God bless you. Hashtag God bless you. We haven't played Cult of the Lamb in a long time. I didn't pick up the last DLCs. Maybe we wait until the next one and then we pick them all up and we play it some more. So yeah, it came from being like the god to all of these people in my cult, basically. Everybody was worshiping me. So we got God bless you. Squishies? Question mark. Squishies. Anyone that isn't a tank is a squishy. Like if I take Ishii and I put her in the front, she's gonna fall over. She has no health. Like here's the thing. If I take Nayeli out of this party, Ishii has 47 health. Because it doesn't matter how far I level up Ishii, she doesn't get any health upgrade. The only champions in the game that get health upgrades are tanks. They have to have the tank roll. That's the only people that are getting health upgrades. I think you can see, or like here's the first one here. This is what screws it up. Is it's a spec choice. It's like you get 70 health, but the reality is that she also gets a ton more health as she levels up. So people don't understand that that's the way to go. Like 125, and by the time you're at the end, she's getting thousands of health. No one else gets health except for tanks. So everyone that isn't a tank is a squishy. Except for bruisers. Brunor's a bruiser. Why is Bruno a bruiser? Because his health starts off at 98. He's got like twice the health of squishies. See, Celeste, 43, 47, 45, 35, super squishy, 41, 43, 41, 42. Jamila would be higher. Hold on. Jamila's 94 because she's a bruiser, right? So bruisers have a little more health to start. They don't gain any, but they'll also get, for some reason, they'll get an overwhelm feat, right? Because in a situation where you don't have a tank, at least they've got a little more. They'll last like a little more, but only when you're brand new most of the time. And people get mad when I say you can put Bruno up front. They're like, Garward thinks Bruno's a tank. Never said that. Did say he can exist in the front column, and you're just mad because you hate life. You hate it when other people are right. But yeah, Bruno is not a tank. Everybody thinks Bruno's a tank because look, he's armored and he's got a shield. That's not how this game works. This game doesn't visually depict characters to like so that you know what they are. That's a PvP game. PvP games, by and large, have a rule where if there are different classes, like one class is tanky and one class is just all damage, like a glass cannon, visually they need to represent that. So in a big fight, you can tell the difference of who you're attacking. This is not that game. He's just a support. He isn't even a DPS. He's got a DPS ability. Where is it? Increase the damage. Inspired. Increase the damage of Brunar by 100% for each adjacent champion. He ain't a DPS, but he's the tutorial dwarf. So, you know, they messed up his kit, to be honest. Let's be honest. So yeah. Takes a while for people to understand what tanks are in this game. Brunar up front with Bobby. Good lord. You can put any champion in the front column. You absolutely can, yes. How long they'll survive is different. A different kettle of fish, you know. No, stop, Lurking Raider. Stop it. Physically hurting me. Bobby does not go in the front column. If your friends jumped off a bridge, would you? Oh, wait. No, I don't want to say that. Because then they go, yeah, I might probably. Why not? I mean, if all my friends did it, why would I want to still live? Fair. That was morbid. Let's move on. That's not how everybody wants to go lemmings, and that's been debunked. Lemmings don't do that. Those documentary people lied to us. They created that situation, and for decades people thought that lemmings will just run off a cliff. No, they forced that situation to happen. They do not behave that way. Your friends bungee jump off a bridge? Will you do it? Yeah, probably. That's different, though. The Lemmings story did lead to a great puzzle game. Lemmings. The game Lemmings. Fun. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. But, yeah. But video games versus reality. Video games versus reality. In video games, my dwarven character, Garwar Grudgekeeper, can jump from the ground floor onto the roof of a house with one graceful leap in full armor and carrying a bunch of gear. In reality, never happening. Never happening. Oh no. Oh no, we died it. These things suck. Yeah, they just insta-gib whoever they touch, unfortunately. So it doesn't even matter. We don't really have any crowd control. We got a little crowd control. If we run into trouble later for the haunted jungle, we've got a stun, we've got a knockback. That's all we got. Like in this situation, it's getting a little rough. Okay, we got through. How high can he jump in reality? Not very high. Not in full armor and carrying gear. But yeah, Super Gar was a thing in Baldur's Gate 3. In Baldur's Gate 3, my dwarven character could literally just be standing next to a building and just be like, well, I'm going to be up there. And just jump up on top of the building with everybody else standing down below going, What are we supposed to do? Where's the ladder? We also had the bear from the top rope from Baldur's Gate 3, which is a good clip. Where Halsin in his bear form, I'm trying to get him to move over to a target, and I didn't realize the pathing was blocked. So instead, Halsin, but it said green, and I wasn't watching where it sent Halsin to consider that movement. It was nice of them to show you the pathing before you agree. I wasn't paying attention. And the pathing to make it green was to have them move over, climb up a ladder in bear form. Did you know bears can climb ladders? And then do a WWE wrestling from the top rope jump all across and then land on the person that was on the ground. It was fantastic. That was fantastic. Yeah, there you go. Because bears are flying creatures. The bear from the top rope. I was so shocked. I had no idea. You can see it in that video. I had no idea what was about to happen. Well, eventually others could make leaps like that, but there were some of them that just couldn't jump at all. We have to give them the potions or cast it on them. I do know bears could climb ladders. My buddy was being stalked by a grizzly while working for CN Rail. Wow. I mean, yeah. Sure. I mean, I know they can climb trees, so I guess it makes sense that they can climb ladders. But I wasn't even considering that in a video game, that they would have a character in their bear form climb a ladder. Video games, they're just like real life. No. No. How we doing? Yeah, this worked out a little better. We got a lot more potion left. I shouldn't have done maybe as many. Well, no, we still got 70 areas to go, but we'll see. It'll probably work out. We have, yeah, we got another chest. Now we're chasing a new pity timer, though. Speed potion, though. Yeah. I'll take it. So it's 70 more epics. We push the pity timer on all of them. That's 700 chests. Which is 350,000 gems? Yeah. 350,000 gems. So to the person earlier, if they're still here, who was like, should I save up 500,000 gems for a Modron core? When I said no, I meant it, because less than that, 350,000 gems will get you full epic across all of your core and evergreen champions. Like at the point I'm at. And that is a much better position of progression, considering all of the bounty contracts and blacksmithing contracts and potions are getting out of those as well. Than just getting one Modron core that you then have to level up and pipe. Luckily for my buddy, bears don't like to jump gaps between cars. That's shocking, actually. Probably because of the slippery nature of the top of the railway car, I would guess. Make them a little uncomfortable. That would give them pause for concern. It's a bear joke. Even the strong core? Yeah, none of them. Yeah. None of those cores are worth that over getting everything you would get to full epic. Once you get to full, you know, again, it's one of those rules that I have where if you're trying to figure out, like, should you save up gems to buy something, the math is figure out how many gems you're earning in a day, right? Like When you log into your client at the start of the day, note the total, and when you shut it off at the end of the day, if that's how you work, note the total, or just look at it at the start of one day and look at it at the start of the next day. Do some quick math. How many did you earn in a regular day of play? Then multiply that by 5. If what you want to buy would take less than 5 days of regular play, do it. You could totally do that, and it won't seriously hinder your progress. If it's going to take more than 5 days, you shouldn't do it. You absolutely should not do it. You should be buying gold chests. Because those gold chests, as unintuitive as it may sound, those gold chests are going to help you complete content quicker, which means you'll earn gems faster, and you'll get to the point where you can do whatever you can save up for whatever you want in 5 days. But if you wait, not only is it going to drag out the time for you to get to the goal you want, you're then going to have to take all that time to get to the goal you could have already been at to have that speed, to be enjoying it. It's like you're just, it's a big slowdown. I can buy a 50k feed every day now. Nice. So currently you still shouldn't, you still shouldn't buy a 500k core because you're getting 250k in a week, in 5 days. But you're getting closer, right? And hopefully you're buying those 50k feats and you're buying the speed feats. Like the first feats you should save up for, 12.5k speed feats. Second feat, second feats, the 50k gem feat for Eliwick, which isn't in the shop yet. But when it comes out, that's going to be the second type of feat you should get. And then the third, the 50k speed feats. And after those speed feats, any stat feat that would allow a speed champion to be used in a patron that you have available, so that you can speed through patron content quickly as well. So it's like, obviously the priority there is generating gems quicker, completing content faster, earning more gems. Those are your first purchases. After that, you can get then you're getting more complicated. You're looking for feats that allow champions to go into patron stuff, so you have more options. You want feats that affect pre-stack abilities. If you find your tanks are having a hard time surviving, you want survivability feats for tanks. Right? Things get a broader array of potential options. But yeah, in the last playthrough, we bought speed feats, and then at 12.5k, and started buying speed feats at 50k. I don't even know if I got into buying anything other than speed feats at 50k. And by that point we were in, getting to that point of progression, you're in the mid game. So you definitely shouldn't be getting 50k feats when you're newer, let alone 500,000 gem cores. Up to 745 today on Crux. What do you have to get? I can't remember anymore. It's been a long time. I'd have to check my guide to even remember. 750. Okay, you're real close then. Okay. That's good. I feel like that was the right potion combo. I think we did 3 of these and 4 of these for 175. That'll probably work at 200 as well. Yeah, I still need to. So here's the thing: the Stream Deck, it works great so far. We only had one like issue with it recently. It's I feel like I need to move it because where it is, it's not conducive to me. Like if I were to use it as like a soundboard, it needs to be on my left hand side. On my right hand side, it's like it's kind of beyond the mouse and blocked in view by my mic. So I need to figure out, I don't know, if I might need to get like a cord extension for it. That's one of the problems. That's why it ended up over there. So that I can, because I built the tab button in, like a button in, so I can just move it over to like an audio set and then move it back to the others. So like when I'm streaming, I could have it on a set of sound bites. Yeah. So right now it's super nice when I'm starting everything up for the day and when I need to open certain things. Just one button to open lots of stuff. But I need to get the soundboard going. I mean, there are a variety of ways to get Commodore Crux, but I don't know. The one where it's like, the one where people are like, well, I just let it go, and then once I lose one person, I let them remove all of them. I always go like, why? But, you know, everybody wants to do it different, and that's fine. It just feels like a giant waste of time to me. I think if I have any other questions, either from recent changes to the game or issues I run into in the new player run for tomorrow. I've got one about like fire breath potions, you know, working with Ishii. One about buying 1,000 chests at a time. That's for the main account. I got one about the Golden Epic Vault. I don't know. It's ironic that Crux spends so much time on a boat. Why? Is this a hippo joke? Is that where we're going? He's a Commodore. He should be on a boat. But I'm guessing this is a hippo joke? Yeah, that's the thing. This is where I feel like just go for it. Like you throw into the speed group, you can go so far without losing very few champions at all. And then if you have other speed champs, you add them in, or just slowly transition into a pushing group, which is usually the way I do it. And before you know it, you're done. But I mean, that does require power. But man. Speaking of the bullet, mine's just a platinum chest one since the only GE I don't have is on Ishii. I mean, that's what they said though. I still don't agree with that. I'm like, I get they just want to make money, but like until they're all gone, like it should be if there's nothing left, then you go to the platinum vault. But otherwise, you should serve up whatever's left and go, would you like this? I mean, if somebody owns all the rest of it, they might. Right? Okay. There was the Haunted Jungle. Now we want pros and cons, which isn't in this set. It's in this set. 175 again. Now this is con 13 or higher. How's this going to wreck us? We lost Diana. Okay. Well, there went our only speed champion. Okay, well, Mints can come in and be a speed champion. Makos can come in and support, and we can all be grateful, I guess. That's all we're gonna get. All we're gonna get. Look at beasts from Minsk. Okay, so this, I'm actually gonna pop a large and 2 of these. Because we don't even have our speed champion. And we don't even have a full bench. And no, I'm not putting Jamila and Archon in. Why would I do that? Jamila wouldn't contribute at all. She has no buffs to provide anyone, I don't believe. She is a pure DPS. I don't know that if she has any all champs damage. And Archon's a tank for evil champion. So, oh, self-damage for Makeup, sure. Sure. What are we doing? Hey, we got enough gems to buy another chest. Medium potion of speed. Awesome. If you're wondering why I'm saving Electrum chests, it's for the next event. I want to be able to use those Electrum chests to more efficiently gear up my new event champions that I'll be unlocking.
Why not Eloic 1 spot 4 to get the powerful falling buff to the back row? Because my DPS isn't in the back row. My DPS is Ishi, and she's in the second column. Yeah. So there is no good spot for Ishi in this formation if I'm using Naeli as my tank. So Ishi is only in here really to provide gems, and with only one gem card, we need to reshuffle our hand. We can get her some more. Yeah, that's the only reason for her existence. Which is enough. Like, her being in here and providing gems is huge. Is huge. If we can get at least 2 gem cards, she's getting us double gems. That's Javu. Thank you for the Prime sub. I literally forgot I had Prime. They want you to. That's why they don't auto-renew Prime subs. They want you to forget. Because then they don't have to pay people like me the $250 from your Prime sub. There we go. 3 gem cards. Fantastic. This is great. So now we're earning 120%. Yeah. Gems. Gems. They're truly, truly outrageous. No, that's not a League of Legends reference. Background parties are going nowhere without the speed boost from the event. I mean, they're going somewhere. They're just going there a little slower than. That's it. There's an audio bite I should find. Pause.
When you need reliable coverage.
Hey, Grandma.
No, I didn't want an ad right away. I wanted you to load the YouTube thing. Right. Yeah, there's where it comes from. Then League of Legends went, oh, we've got a character that looks like he's got gems everywhere. Let's quote that. Yeah, Zealous. That's what I tend to do when I first get a Modron core. If I have, once I get my fast core, I will have a seat 1 champion. If I have a swap, then it'll be Bruner. But only 2 familiars back there running to 50 and reset, and it's just click one on the field and one on click damage, and soak up gems and soak up patron, whatever patron currency I can get. That's just the best kind of passive way. Because, otherwise there's a lot of micromanagement and switching back and forth, and that party's never going to go as far as your main party when you're new. You could put a lot more effort into it and potentially knock out some low-level patron variants, but is it worth the effort is a good question to ask. I'm a little bummed out that we seldom to get to hear Garwar sing the ad jingles for us. Oh, that would not be great. Samurai Pizza Cat? I don't even remember that. I mean, I can tell you that we played Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the tactics game, on stream, and it was good. I was sad it wasn't voiced, but that game should have been voiced. Yeah, once you get the fast score, you want it to be in your active party. You relegate your modest score to your background party, and then you let that one just automatedly earn you some gems and some patron currency every day. Mm-hmm. Once we get split the party and we have a background party, then every night after we stop progressing, like after a stream, I will park Ishii in the background and let her cycle. And at that point, she'll just start climbing item levels because she'll always consume her snacks. Getting to that point is the difficult part. A lot of reset failures a few days ago was advised to try not running background parties. Well, they want to see if that fixes the problem, right? Because having a background party active 100% causes problems with, like, it takes away processing power from the main game. So, yeah. Yeah, I just looked at that video. I have never seen Samurai Pizza Cats. That was very clear to me while watching that. Look at that. Because of Eliwick, we're almost at another gold chest. What we like to see. Interesting. Yeah, never saw it. I wonder if probably been done. I mean, they basically say right there, they took a show that had already been animated. And then they just gave it a different dub. And that's kind of like Space Ghost Coast to Coast in a sense. So I'm wondering, was there any other shows where they basically took a show that had already been created, an animated show, and then just gave it a new context with its voiceovers? Because in the talk of like just how they just love to reuse stuff that they already have, how has that not just been a constant thing? Or if it has, like, did I just miss it completely? The improv comedy thing where they just voice over a film without the original audio. I don't know what that is. I know, Mystery Science Theater 3000 used to just have, basically it was a riff off Statler and Waldorf, like, but there were 3 of them, and it was like they were watching really bad sci-fi movies and then ripping on them. And that spawned some other things, but I'm just curious what you could do with like G.I. Joe or Transformers if you just took those and just made completely different stories. Late night dub fight. Oh yeah. Don't know that I've seen that, but I mean like actual, like release it as a show, but it's got a completely different dub, but it's all the same animation. Not even chopping it up. Like Space Ghost Coast to Coast was done as like an interview, like a late night TV show. There's so much. There's so many animated shows from like the 80s that you could tell completely different stories with. It could be absolutely hilarious, but you'd obviously you'd have to get the rights to those shows because you'd be showing the straight up animations, and then you'd just be putting a different dub over it. Oh yeah, you would totally. If you were altering context without permission or something with translation, that you could get in a lot of trouble. Absolutely. Okay, the hour-long potion was clearly, I shouldn't have done that. We're going too fast. We're going to have a lot of that potion left. Unfortunately wasted. Steamboat Willie is now available. There isn't, I don't know that there's a whole lot of talking. That's a problem. Well, again, I don't know if reviewing something, like reviewing footage as a whole, you've got to then create an in-between. Like you've then got to alter the episodes. I just mean use all the same animations, but just tell a different story with the mouth flaps. Yeah, everybody wants to make horror first with that stuff. I mean, let's be honest, that's not the first thing that gets made, but but the first thing that gets out for general public consumption is usually the horror stuff. Because people want to be like, let's shot like shock value. Let's get shock value out of it. Yeah, that's what I was leaning into, but we didn't necessarily have to say it, Jake. We didn't necessarily have to say it. You can just infer. Oh, interesting. Yeah, something like that, but I just feel like there's a lot of stuff out there, but getting the rights to it out of the IP holders' hands, even though they're not using it anymore, probably difficult. What do I use to shave my head? A razor? Which reminds me, I need to shave. Getting a little fuzzy. I will say, like, yeah, modern razors are better, but there was the best razor I ever used wasn't even like a men's razor. It was a razor, for women. I was like, guess what? Razors work for everybody. What was it called? Hold on. Is that it? Gotta go look now. No. That's it. Silk Effects. It was a Schick razor. And they have the blades are wire wrapped. So you have blades going this way, like a couple blades going this way, and then there's wires wrapped around. They were amazing. You could still accidentally cut yourself with them, but the idea is they're going to prevent cuts. But the better thing is what I found is as the wires rubbed across your skin, it pushed the skin down, which allowed you to cut down further into the hair follicle, leaving you with a smoother shave for longer. It was great. Those were great. I don't know why I stopped using those, honestly. I think because others were cheaper. That's probably it. At some point, I was like, I don't want to spend that much money on them anymore. So we did pros and cons. Now we're going to do crowded. Wait. We did pros and cons down here. Oh, it's because that just suddenly jumps to 225. All right. So we come back to do crowded streets because it's only area 200. That's what's going on. But it's musical chairs again. It's musical chairs again. Great. Great. All right. So throw this in. Yeah, at least we get Diana back. At least we get Diana back. There we go. Okay. And then tank, protectors, scavengers. And generic buffers. Michael or otherwise. Alright, I'm not going to do an hour-long potion. We're going to do It's 200. Let's see what half an hour gets us. And we can buy 2 gold chests. 2 No, no, no. Burn those. Come on. There we go. All right. I'd shred my scalp if I ever tried to get it down that close. I mean, I cut myself a few times when I was younger doing that. You learn real quick what not to do. Like there's a couple things you learn not to do. One is never have the razor touching your skin and then move it sideways, because that'll just slice lines in your head, right? Also, the second you feel it dig into your skin, stop. Otherwise, you're gonna peel like a potato skin. Yeah. So there's things you learn, right? Done quite a few variants today. I mean, yeah, we knocked some out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This would be our 9th. Yeah. It's not bad. I mean, we needed to do 14. We didn't quite get there. But if we go down here, if we click on Azaka's Procession Part 1, we're now at 24 out of 30. The one we're on will be 25. We'll only have 5 more, and we'll be able to do that. Yellow Bic changer. Change it every month whether it needs to be or not. Man. I mean, if you're shaving your face, you do what you want. With your head, what I've learned is I could get one use out of a blade, sometimes 2, but I had to be real careful. What I found is I had the chance of cutting myself went up a huge amount on the second usage of a blade. That first use was good. Usually good. Sometimes the first use I'd get a bad blade, and kind of got to look at them and see if there's any imperfections on it, because man, that'll just, doesn't matter how good you are with a razor, if there's some kind of slight if there's a visible imperfection, you're screwed. But the second I would cut myself, if I was using a blade and I was doing everything perfectly and I cut myself, that blade immediately went in the trash, because there's some kind of problem with that blade, because at this point I'm good. But I learned that a long time ago. But using it a second time on my head was usually not a thing that could be done. Sometimes I could, but rarely. but I also don't shave my head like every day. Right? I never did that. Wow, this makes shaving with a razor sound dangerous. It's almost like it is. This makes dragging a super sharp item across your skin at an angle sound super dangerous. Oh, I wonder why. Yeah. Gee, I wonder why. Yeah, the more you have to like push at it, oh, you're screwed. Like it is really about you got to learn a touch of just like a smooth drag, and then the follow ups. If it missed something, yeah, there's a learning curve, sure. I mean, the best probably scenario, and I bought one to do this and then never did, was get one of those rechargeable electrics, and then if you're like watching a stream like this one, just sit there and be like, mm. And I always forget. I keep it in my bathrooms, but it's rechargeable. I could just carry it in here, and I could sit here while watching like Critical Role or something, and totally just shave my head without risking, cutting myself. And without having to buy blades and foam or gel or whatever you want to use. And shaving stream went never. Yeah, it's a never. I used to freak my roommates out in college when I first started shaving my head. That's when I would have like the most occasional oops, cut myself. And you learn real quick like not to freak out. Like you kind of have to when you see content warning, blood. When you cut yourself like right here, and you're like, oh, like you could feel it. And you like turn and you look, and it's just like you look like you're in a horror movie. It's just your head with the slightest nick will just start bleeding so much. And I would be like, and I would just kind of walk out and I'd be like, hey guys, I feel like I nicked myself. Did I? And they would turn from the TV and be like, oh my God. Whenever somebody new was over and I happened to be shaving, if I cut myself, I'd always come out and go, hey, did I nick myself? It feels like I nicked myself. Yeah. That always got people. We can tell you if you missed anything. No, you can't. You think you can, but you can't. Like visually, I even know what to look for, and I can. But there's no way visually you can tell if you missed. Like when I say missed a spot, I mean obviously if you glaringly missed a spot, I would never glaringly miss a spot. I've been doing this for too long. I've been doing this since I was 19. Yeah. No, the issue is there's even if it looks shaved, I can look at it in a mirror and it looks fine. But if I wet my hands under with a little bit of soap and I start rubbing, I can find places where I did not hit it smooth enough. Like I can feel the grains. Like it wasn't shaved correctly, and then I have to go back. That's missing a spot. You can't see that. You can only feel it. So I shaved my head in the shower and blood just washed off, but it would be like a scene from Psycho. I shaved in the shower for a long time because I found that the heat the heat from hot water would soften everything and then you could get a good smooth shave. The problem is you're wasting a ton of water. But I can totally shave by feel I shaved in hot water showers for years. But it does waste a lot of water. The moment you live somewhere that doesn't have tons of hot water available, you stop doing that, because then you end up taking a cold shower. Yeah, if you get ingrown hairs, like if you're prone to ingrown hairs, and lots of people are, you have to. Yeah, there's a whole other way you gotta be careful about your shaving. Absolutely. That was not my issue. My issue is that my hair is like thick, like the follicles are thick, so they don't cut easily, and that can be what leads to like ending up cutting myself when I was learning. Is it wasn't getting all the hair in like just one smooth pass like it would for most people. So yeah, everybody's got to shave a different way. Every Monday I look myself over really close and later that day find spots I missed. That's why I don't do it by look. I do it by feel. Because a lot of times, like, you know, you might visually it might look perfect, but later that day, the 5 o'clock shadow, you know, if people, you know, grow that, some people have strong 5 o'clock shadow, some don't. Some it's just enough that it looks like you missed a spot. When in reality it just wasn't quite close enough. Visually you don't see it. You gotta feel it. Just nair it. No. You go try that out. I don't want chemical burns on my head. Thanks. I looked for a long time for solutions like that. Like, can you just do like a nair thing like for men and like on your head or something? No, don't. Well, there are a variety of reasons for razor bumps, and they're not just the generic ones. It isn't always just from shaving too close or not using hot water. Like, it can be, there are genetic variations between people that can cause an increased amount of, like, increased chance of getting ingrown hairs. So, yeah, everybody's got to learn what's best for them. And those solutions don't always, work. Like, well, just use more hot water or don't shave that. Like, it's gotta find something else. Living in an apartment building with boilers designed for a bunch of people showering at the same time. That's why when I was living on campus, yeah, it was easy. That's super easy to switch from shaving in front of a mirror into shaving in the shower. But when I lived in a house for the first time, it had to stop. There was no hot water anymore. It was horrible. Stop real quick. Wax. Nope. No thanks. Yeah. Absolutely Black Widow. Naturally curly hair will go ingrown so much faster. Kind of hoping we'd beat the pity timer on one of these epics so we could get like at least 2 epics today. But I think we just got lucky yesterday getting 3. Yeah, I want the 3 levels over here. At least we got 2, I guess. How did she... Oh, we goldened it. That's right. I'm like, how did she get more average on? Well, I got the golden. Oh, skipped it entirely. It doesn't look like anything else is really... There's no comments on Vecna 6. Oh well. All right. Still can't think of any other questions for Dev Insights. Think about the apothecary, maybe? Does David mispronounce names off camera? That is a good question. I'm not going to ask it, though. Why is active tasks so unhelpful? No. I can't really ask that either. When are we getting a UI rework or guide quests so we actually know what's going on and can make informed decisions? Yeah, so we're currently on milestone 2 in my new player reference. That's what I should do. I need to fix the formatting issue on the new player reference. Mortal Warrior. Why is it's looks fine to me. It looks fine to me. I don't understand. Why is that? Reddit. I think it's because I'm trying to continue numbers. And they're like, no. Yeah, that's the best I can do. That's unfortunate. Reddit just sucks. Well, I've already tried to talk to them about changing the rewards for the guide quests, and they've solidly decided internally at that time they weren't going to do that. That was back when I was a subject matter expert and was talking directly to the person that designed the system. So the people that have the power decided no. It's not a thing they want to put any effort into. Well, the long augment blog, I think, is... I don't know what defines long, but I know they said last time that they were working on a brand new augment that was... Like, they had to pull the person that was working on the notary system off the notary system to create this augment. So it's a new augment that we've never seen before. Took a lot of work. And then they're going to go back to work. And then once they got that done, they would go back to work on the notary system. So the long augment blog may be long because it's got to explain what the hell's going on. What's going on with this new augment? Yeah, Volo designed the UI for the guide quests and came up with the idea for active tasks and the coding behind them, and their reward was to get into the game. But no, the guide quest by Volo is definitely a thing. Comments deleted on Reddit? Like issues with Reddit, that Reddit's deleting comments, or were they making bad comment? Huh? Do we know? Do we know for sure? Like, here's the thing. Once upon a time, when I was still getting contracted to do like moderating for video game companies, all the Q&A comments were showing as deleted. That's neat. That's definitely a Reddit thing. But once upon a time, I got a contract job. I was specifically brought in as a kind of to solve a problem for one of the largest video game communities in the world. I cannot name them. I am not allowed. And their problem was that, like, their moderation system for their forums, they had their own website, they had their own forums, and their moderation system was what's called invisible moderation. That's what they had chosen. Because there's two kinds of moderation. You can have visible moderation or you can have invisible moderation. Invisible moderation is stuff gets removed and you don't get told why. Like you not publicly, like there's no public explanation. You would get a message sent directly to you behind the scenes that only went to you, explaining why, saying this is the rule you broke, but the public wouldn't know why a post got removed. A lot of people think this is a good idea. It's not. It can be okay. Visible moderation is the quality way to do moderation, but a lot of people get upset and like about this line, like, well, how dare you tell people I behaved improperly? And it's like, well, don't it behave it? You did it right in public. I don't have anything. I'm not doing anything. I'm gonna snooze this ad so we can finish this conversation. They didn't have any visible moderators. They only had invisible moderation. And the problem that you run into with invisible moderation is people that break the rules are also the kind of people that will lie about why their posts got removed. So they would just say utter and complete lies about why their posts got removed, and just call out the torches and pitchfork mob and harass, the game devs about it. And their forms were horrible because of it. Right? There was, it was absolute garbage. It was a garbage experience because of that. So I got brought in specifically because I had been building my own communities for a long time. Obviously, very visible moderation. I had lots of experience in it. And so they knew, okay, this is somebody that has experience being a public figure and being effectively a tank for all of the comments that are going to come in, right? Like you are the visible person that gets targeted in that situation. What that allows you to do, though, is then when someone lies about why something is broken, you get to hop into that post and go, well, since you decided to bring up the topic, that means you've agreed to discuss your moderation actions publicly. Here's the truth. And we just got to call them out on their bullshit. So the idea was they're like, we're going to bring you in and you're going to do this. And you're going to be the only visible moderator. And then maybe we'll have more was the idea. And we're going to try to get to the community to a place where the developers feel comfortable actually posting publicly on the forums anymore, because at that point they did not. It took a year. It took a whole year, folks, of consistent messaging and interaction and memeing, lots of memeing, before suddenly, like, they were like, yeah, we're gonna have some more visible moderators, and then they were like, wow, this is great, we don't even need paid moderators anymore, we're just gonna go to volunteers. Yeah. That's, look, this company wasn't great at making good decisions about community management. So yeah, look, I have done the visible moderation thing. I've seen what happens I've done the invisible moderation thing too. And it is just always worse. And then when stuff gets deleted, like, you don't know why it got deleted. In this situation, it does sound like if all comments are showing as deleted, that's a Reddit issue. But we have definitely had people come in and go, I don't know why my comments are getting deleted over there on Reddit. And it's like, and we as moderators are looking at it and goes, well, you called people a and a and insinuated that they're and yeah, and now you're over here acting like you're being targeted or something, but we can't talk about it because we do invisible moderation. That's always the worst scenario. Oh, we don't want anybody to see, like, we want invisible moderation style. Ugh. How much more are you going to pay me for that? Like, shouldn't it be less? No. You do that job for a week and then tell me it should be paid less. Yeah. No, I was good at that job. I think I flipped them 180. They thought, oh, this person's going to be a tight ass and blah blah blah. And I wasn't there a week before I dropped a copy pasta meme on them that was customized specifically for that community, and they were like, "Oh shit!" Like I just destroyed them. They understood the assignment after that. But it still took a lot. It took cleaning out a lot of really horrible people. And by cleaning out, I mean banning a lot of really horrible people. And then the devs were like, "Oh, this place is great." And then they let in volunteer mods, and the first thing volunteer mods did is unban everybody because they were their friends. They knew who those people were. Idiots. So yeah. No, I learned how to do that. Like I said, right after. Oh, we need more speed potions. Like my first job out of college was running an after-school program, and that's literally building a real-life community. If you can dodge a wrench, you can build a real-life community full of middle schoolers. You can manage communities online. You can manage communities online. So I did that for 3 years, and when the city would come out and review and do like a spot check, they would come up to me and be like, I mean, they had so many of these all around the district, and they would come to me like, "This is the most well-behaved group of middle school students I've ever seen." And I'm like, yeah. They're like, "How do you do that?" I'm like, "I expect it out of them. I post the expectations. I hold them to it. It's all good." Like, I don't know what else to tell you. But consistent, objective holding people to the rules. Don't play favorites. Don't do in this specific situation. You treat people with respect. You hold them accountable for their behaviors. This is what you get. I even had teachers in the school come up. They would come into our little area after school once, and one of them was talking to me, and we were having this conversation, and a student walked up, and I could see like the teacher tense up a bit, and he's like, "May I please go to the bathroom?" And I'm like, "Sure, key's right there." And he walked out, and I turned back to her, and her jaw was just like, she was like, "How do you get him to be polite?" I'm like, "Don't get him to be polite. I expect him to be polite." Like, what's the hassle? And I'm like, "He straight up yells at me in class. Will get on his chair and yell and disrupt class." And I'm like, "Do you hold him accountable?" "Well, all I can do is send him to the office." And I'm like, "Well, there's the problem." Because by the time he gets to the office, he's not disruptive. And he may have been disruptive to get out of class to go to the office and talk to whoever's nice to him in the office. Like there's no accountability in that situation. Of course he's not going to listen to you. Of course he's going to act that way. Yeah. I wondered if the end of the story is that the volunteer mods played favorites. Oh, there was a whole investigation because like someone got fired over that because it turns out the person that was in charge of the program. Oh, I should probably wait for the ad break to end because this is a good follow up. Okay, so Black Widow said, "I wondered if the end of the story was that the volunteer mods played favorites." So the person that was in charge of the forums at the time, who we as the paid moderators were answering to, they ended up. My understanding is they ended up getting fired because they were friends with one of the people that ended up being volunteer moderators, and by friends I mean they were dating. And they got their partner in as a volunteer mod, like, and had them, and they were the ones that that was making, like, pushing them to get them to remove paid mods and just do volunteer mods. And so then when the volunteer mods took over, all hell broke loose, and they wanted to figure out why. And guess where that led? That's my understanding of how that went down. I was obviously gone by then and did not care. Yeah. So gone by then. Been so happy to be gone by then at that point. The second, I have issues as somebody who has made a career, or at least a partial career out of doing community management online. I have issues with volunteer moderators, not the people themselves, but companies that are making money and then aren't willing to pay people to moderate their communities. Especially with that company, again, one of the largest gaming communities in the world, making billions, and being like, nah, we're just not going to pay people to moderate. Oh, so I was so done at that point. I was like, you deserve the worst as a company. Hope your company fails. But they never do. They always fail. I shouldn't say fail forward, because that's a different thing that actually can be helpful, but they succeed in spite of themselves. I'm not going to address sounds like whoever. This was not EA is a publisher. So that's all I'm going to say about that. That is not a game studio. People think EA is a game studio. No, EA is a publisher. There are studios inside of EA. But I can't even go into confirming or denying or not. Part of the contract, when you deal with that, part of the deal is people that a lot of companies don't want anyone to know that a third party is moderating their community, which is silly, because they're gonna find out anyway. But they make you change, they make you come up with a name that you're going to be known by there, and it can't be one that you're known by anywhere else. And you can't say that you're not, if people start asking, you just have to avoid the topic. And silly. First of all, it's silly that for gamers to be upset that a third party is doing something, period. What you need to be upset about isn't that a third party is doing something. It's that people aren't being paid appropriately for the work they're doing. And that as a third party moderator, you're not even getting to put that, you can put that experience generically on your CV, but you can't actually list the companies that you worked for. That's what you should be upset about. And if a company thinks that they need to hide the fact that they're using third-party moderators, just hire people. Just hire people full-time to do the job. It's obviously a job that needs to be done full-time. Hire them. Stop being jerks. Cheapskates. Pay people for their work properly. I've worked for 20 years in this industry. Where? Can't tell you. Oh. There's a block of my CV that reads just like that. I can say I worked for this third-party company, and I put that I've worked for everything from indie game studios to some of the biggest studios in the world. Can't say their names. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. We call this segment of the stream Story Time with Gar. Used to run D&D games at a youth center for problem kids. Oddly, never had any problems with them. Right. Tried. Man, so here is one of my strategies. Let's talk about strategies for... I don't know. For managing, we can extrapolate this to managing communities. when I started this, there had not been middle school programs, like official middle school programs for kids, after school programs for kids in that city. And it hadn't even been a thing that there'd been many of anywhere in the United States. There wasn't a whole lot of information on them. The city had been doing elementary school programs, official elementary school programs, and thus all of these nonprofits had been doing this stuff, but nobody had done a middle school program. And so all of us from that first year, they basically said we were part of the Trailblazer Club. Like we were doing stuff nobody had done before, and you just had to experiment and find and figure out what worked right. That's a horrible idea. But the one thing they did well, even though that was a horrible idea, the one thing that they did well was they brought in people who did have experience, like what few people they could find, and have them give lectures. Like we would go to trainings and would get experience. And they could extrapolate some information from elementary schools, but not a whole lot, because it's just a different time of mental development and processing. So you can't correlate it at all. You try to, you're gonna get steamrolled. So basically every middle school site was just winging it. Everybody had their own thing. And the one thing I had working for me in my favor, I had a degree in psychology. I had also spent the last 2+ years running a tutoring program, tutoring internship program where I took college kids and put them into classrooms and after school programs. Organized all of that and even tutored myself. So I knew a little of what was going on. And I knew psychology wise, like behavioral, behavior modification, right? Like I knew how to like hold people to things and modify behaviors, like go full Skinner box on them. Why not? I did totally Pavlov's dog, my kids, 100%. I can explain that too. But yeah, so like, the first thing is have a set of rules. Make them very straightforward. You don't do a thing and then lots of explanations about the thing. It's like easy to understand, and no more than 5. No more than a 5. Because then it's too much. You can break down everything you need into like 5, right? And then hold people to them objectively. Like it doesn't matter the situation, doesn't matter the kid. Could be the greatest kid, your favorite kid. You're not supposed to have favorite kids, but you had favorite kids. Could be your favorite kid. You still hold them to the rules, and you make sure everyone knows, right? Yeah. And your first year is gonna suck. That's why I knew going into that job, working, like trying to fix those forums, I knew the first year was gonna be rough. We would see improvements by the end of the first year. And if you continued after that, it would be glory, glory, hallelujah. Because my first year in after school program was the hardest. But after that, even though we just had 7th and 8th grade kids, the 8th grade kids graduated, the 7th grade kids were still there. And when the new 7th graders came in and tried to misbehave, the now 8th graders looked at them going, "What are you doing? We don't do that here." And everything was smooth from that point on, right? Yeah, but it took a hell year first, because they went from an elementary school program to a middle school program that had wildly different concepts, and no one really knowing what was going on to get there, right? But I totally Pavlov's done my kids. I bought this chime thing. Still got it somewhere. Had a little wooden base, and then there was this metal bar that was suspended above it with these like bands, and you have a little thing and you hit it and then it just rings this pure sound that's just, it's nice and loud and carries and then slowly fades away. So what I would do is I would come out and I would tap that instead, because one of my rules was never yell at the kids. Like there's only one acceptable time to raise your voice in my after school program as an adult, and that's in an emergency. Because then if they hear you raising your voice, they're shocked and they look to see what the hell's going on and they stop doing what they're doing. Can't be commonplace. So there was no raising your voice. So to get everybody, like when we were shifting periods, to get everybody together and get them quiet, it wasn't a lot of yelling. It wasn't a lot of running room. It was me walking over and tapping this thing and then just standing there and waiting. And we would eat, and early on we would just eat time out of whatever period that they would rather have been out playing games or whatever. And they learned real quick to get quiet as quick as possible so they could move on to the next activity. And so at a certain point, after, months, even just that only took a few months. I just walk out, tap that thing, and everybody's down and seated. Everybody's in a seat. That was the thing. You got to sit down. You got to be quiet. You got to pay attention. So we could move on to the next activity. Boom. Within 60 seconds, right? It was like ringing a fire alarm. And adults would be like, what the hell just happened? But it works. It works. The key was consistency. Early on, it was painful because I'd stand there for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And the people working for me are like, can we just move on? And I'm like, nope. Like the only way this ever works is if they learn this is how it works. And that's painful for us now, but it's going to be wonderful later. Oh, it's almost like I had a degree in psychology. Shocker. Yeah. But you can do that stuff in online communities too. Like community management online in the real world, same thing. Same stuff. All right, let me catch up. We finished this. I'm shocked. It's dinner time. Let me catch up in chat. Yeah, working for Kelly Services at Microsoft looks very different on a resume than I worked for Microsoft, right? But we don't even get to say that. I don't even get to say that part. I just have to say I work for this third-party company. And you can infer based off the companies they say they work for where I worked. That's it. Not on my LinkedIn page. Again, I can just put the third-party company I worked for on my LinkedIn. Can't say who I actually worked for. It's really ridiculous if I list every company I've ever worked for on my resume. Sure, but it's literally in our contracts. We can't do that. Non-compete clause are also because yes. Yes. Yeah, if you leave insurance and then can't, oh man, 24 months to work with anybody. Yeah, that's rough. Again, that's kind of in the contract when you start, and those companies make that contracts to get you to not quit. So many people would just leave a company because the company was horrible and they take all the business with them. People didn't understand why I never yelled until emergency happened. Exactly. Yeah. And there were a couple times where I raised my voice and everyone was like, like, I'm sorry, what? Yeah. It's funny because my kids are Montessori kids and they totally use the chime. Nice. I'm glad that's a thing. I'm glad that's a thing. People, I mean, look, you're Pavlov. It's like Pavlov was doing a long time ago, but really it's a very passive, calming, maybe passive aggressive way to get people's attention. But look, it's more positive than yelling at people, right? All right, folks, we're out of here. Let me see. Are we going anywhere? Tomorrow we will be doing more of this. Tomorrow we should be attempting to unlock Azaka. So we got like 9 variants done today. So we have 5 more tomorrow, and then the 2 is to get to the 2 Azaka variants. And 2 Azaka variants. We should unlock Azaka tomorrow, I feel like. Man. And then Friday we'll be playing more of Tangle Tower, which is like a mystery game. Yeah. And then Saturday we'll be over on the Cena Games channel. Garber's Guide to the 2025 Champions Part 1. So all of the featured champions so far from this year. A bit of a review. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Have a great night. Bye.